Okay, take us up.
You're good.
We are good. Okay. Good morning, everybody. We are calling this meeting to order.
Take this back and I can't read that. I need something better than that.
Okay, I'm calling this meeting to order, and the time is 9:06, but at this moment, I will call for invocation and ask all of you to please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flag. Commissioner Mattis, would you be so kind as to offer grace this morning?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for today, for this opportunity to serve Nueces County in our community. We pray that you give us wisdom. We pray that you guide us, Lord, to be your servants and to just be able to find the will of the people to be able to serve on each of these important items facing us. Be with those commissioner members who cannot be here in person. Be with our families and our community as we continue to battle illness and other problems facing not only us for our health well-being, but also our mental well-being. Heal those communities and those members who have lost loved ones, and guide us always. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
As I made note, it was 9:06 a.m. for the clerk when we began, and it's June 21st, 2022. We're in Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom at 901 North Leopard, which is our courthouse. And I do certify that we have a physical quorum present, but I do want to note for the record that, actually, I don't see him anymore.
He got off when you went into recess.
Okay, well, when Commissioner Chesney joins us, I will note for the record that he is on Zoom. Commissioner Hernandez is absent today, also for the record, but a quorum is present, and I will move on to item number D, which is the announcement of disclosures of conflicts of interest, and any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with items on the agenda shall be declared at this time. Members with conflicts should refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussion. However, later, if you do discover later in the meeting that you might have a conflict, please disclose it. It shall be disclosed at that time. Moving on, we'll hear from Timothy, who has a safety briefing for us.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Meeting today, third floor, Nueces County Courthouse. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher at the rear of the courtroom. There's also 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. A blood control station is located on every floor of the Nueces County Courthouse. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to Human Resources Office. Participants responsible today for dialing 911 in the event of emergency will be Connie. In the event of an evacuation, our egress route will be down the third floor atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on LaPine Street side of the courthouse and assembling in the parking lot across the street for safety purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. That concludes my safety brief.
Okay, thank you, Timothy. At this time, I'll ask for Ida to bring up any public comment. It's right there, Ida. We're 0 today. How about online? Any public comment this morning? Online. Okay. Well, then I will sign up. I have one public comment to read. We had the opportunity to celebrate Juneteenth in our community, and I would like to read a resolution that we published and we will also deliver. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, And whereas the day the last slaves in America were freed was said to be June 19th, 1865, when General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas Juneteenth serves as a reminder of the sacrifices our ancestors made for freedom and an opportunity to educate our children on the history of our nation and its people. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that we hereby support the continued Juneteenth celebrations, which provide an opportunity to learn more about the past and better understand the experiences that have shaped our nation and recognize the observance of the end of slavery as part of our history and heritage. And I will be signing this and delivering it. There was some amazing Juneteenth celebrations in our community. There was a wonderful one at Waters Edge Park that I attended. And so for all of the sponsors and the City of Corpus Christi who offered the location through their Parks and Recs, we say thank you in celebrating for our community at large this very important commemoration of Juneteenth. Thank you. Okay. And so now we'll move on to a table that I have, which is G1. G1 for the clerk. It's in recognition of Richard King for his tree donations to Nueces County Hazel Bazemore Park. It's my understanding that it's not, the documents aren't ready, and that we'll be taking this up at a subsequent Commissioners Court on July 6th. And so is there a motion to table at this time? Thank you. In a second? I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, so G1 is taken care of. Okay. I'm going to postpone H in the effort to move through some items that are pressing. Item I are the minutes. June 6th and June 8th minutes are presented to us for our review and approval. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you. And is there a second? Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, that motion carries. Those minutes are approved. Further, the consent agenda, there is one that I've been given notice by the county attorney that needs to be tabled. I think it's also not quite ready, so I'm assuming it's July 6th for the table. Letter M. M. Francisco, could you confirm? Letter M is the fire troll protection system?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to wait on that. Would July 6th be plenty of time for you, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'll like to make the motion to table item M on the consent agenda to July 6th. Is there a second? Second. Okay, and all those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, so we'll postpone that one until July 6th. At this time, I offer up items A through T on the agenda.
I want to pull some.
Please let us know the letter.
Q, R,
Okay, Q, R.
let's see. I had another one here. And J.
And J.
And F. And F.
And F. Okay, but let me go ahead and have are there any others? Okay, let me remind the clerk, it's F, J, Q, and R that are being pulled, and so I ask for a motion to approve all others. That would be A through E, G, H, and I, K, L, N, O, P, and S and T for the record. Is there a motion? And a
Judge,
second.
could you repeat what's being pulled? I'm
Of
sorry.
course.
Couldn't have been technical
Of course.
difficulties.
Here we go. Item F, item J, item Q is in Queen, R is in Rabbit. M was already pulled prior to you jumping on because of the fact that that contract is not ready per the county attorney's office.
Right, I heard that when I was watching, but I couldn't get on the link. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so the motion is on the floor, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And so let's just take it in the alphabetical order, and the first one is letter F. There's a question from Commissioner Gonzalez. It says the approve the personnel actions of budgeted nature, the temporary list, and the personal action summary. And I'm just going to have to defer this one to either Dale to help me out on this one, because this one, I think, was generated. Or could you answer his question?
Yeah, well, I just don't understand. I mean, really, the list, temporary list, then it says personnel action summary. Is that the paper I gave you back that I couldn't read?
Is it this one right here?
No.
Is it this one?
No, this is different.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know what, I don't know. I just need some explanation here. What are we doing here? What is, what are we approving? What temporary list and what personnel actions?
It was attached, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
You don't have the attachments with you?
I can pull them here for
Let
him.
me see, I got it now. Is there?
Yeah, we have the two list to be approved.
I'm asking. I might have it, but I'm asking. Right?
And if I can, Commissioner, if you don't mind, if I have a follow-up question with yours while you look for it. Help me clarify, Dale, or are they on the county library, the temporary clerk position? It's listed at an hourly salary of $9.79, and is that because it's below $15? And I thought the last budget cycle or two budget cycles ago, we, as a court, said that we were going to raise every position to at least $15 an hour. So is this below that rate because it's a temporary position?
The way we normally do temporary position is 10% below the salary of the person that they're filling in for. So if the temporary salary of the regular clerk is at a $15 an hour, then 90% of that would be closer to what we're talking about. So it would be below the $15 an hour, yes.
Man, I just think it's got to be at least $12 an hour for temps.
So our temporary policy says that we hire temporaries at 90%. 979 is really, I don't see how anybody make any money. I mean.
Well, can we bring that up as another budget, as another item for next time to address that?
We'll have to bring the personnel policy in because it's part of the policy.
Okay. Well, is that
So
what
whatever we need to
you're
do,
asking
let's-
for?
Yes, I think that we need
Okay,
to
why
revise
don't we
that, yeah.
at least direct everybody to bring that up? To go back to Commissioner Gonzalez's question, my understanding from reading the backup material is that what you're approving is that for this particular time period, it shows how many payroll changes there are, how many resignations, retirements, and how many new people have come on board. And so that is the personnel action summary. It's showcasing exactly how many people have come in, how many people have come out. And then with regards to the temporary list, it's my understanding that the temporary list is just how many temporaries have been requested. And then, of course, I'm making the assumption that they're there already. But I could get that information maybe asked and answered.
You are correct, Your Honor. When we were doing this information, it was delayed information. These activities already occurred. All the actions have already taken place. So it's just providing you with an idea of what happened.
Okay, so that's what I see it as, Commissioner. It's what you're approving is exactly what's in your packet, which is just a summary of exactly who's come in and who's come out on both the temporary side and then what I would call the FTE side. And then if you look at your backup, it divides it up by department and by the effective date, and of course their pay group and their current biweekly salary.
Okay.
And that's what you're approving today.
But I have also a question on the back. It says community service, resignation, cook, emergency management, Reyes, resignation. And with fire marshal, he's got retirement. So why does he have retirement and not resignation?
I did not do this, Your Honor. I can tell you why it shows retirement, because it would not be officially as retirement. So that should be changed to resignation.
So we can mark that as an edit and direct that change to occur. You could do subject to.
I just haven't gone through all of them, but that's fine. I mean, my bad for not going through them. But, all right, but anyway, I saw it for you, and it caught my eye, so and also the clerk I was going to bring up too, and Commissioner Mott has brought it up already, but we need to revisit that one too, so. Okay.
Okay, so you're going to, a motion, and is there a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, now let's move to item letter J, as in jam. J.
I have questions on that as far as, and I've called a couple of the agencies, why are they submitting reports so late and so, 6 months later, and how come, and someone told me that they had submitted theirs like they're supposed to on time, and so I don't know why Ms. Ross is holding on to those invoices, and people need to get paid. They got employees to pay. So why are we waiting 6 months to submit those reports or those invoices for payment? And also on some, that's one. Two, also on reimbursements, and as I look at the worksheet here, it says hours, it's 133, but it doesn't say hours next to anything, so I don't know what hours go with what. And I was really surprised to see that we're paying for coffees at Starbucks and coffees at McDonald's and everything else when we're paying somebody $185 per hour. Why are we paying for coffees, and why are we paying for McDonald's? Why are we paying? I mean, and that person. I mean, I didn't know our engineers were allowed to do that. So I guess maybe all the engineers can do that. But to me, I mean, if you pay somebody at $185 an hour, I think that should cover everything that they need to do as far as the travel, as far as the meals. I don't know if we're supposed to buy meals or not for the engineers when they get a contract. So I don't know about that, Dale. So is it?
So the contract governs. So if the contract allows for travel expenses, then it allows for those expenses. We could confirm that with the county attorney and make certain that the contract does cover that. But the most important thing is to answer your question on the invoices, and it's been brought to our attention last court that it was the fact that the Water Development Board needed an amendment in order for those invoices to be presented, and therefore they're not late, they're timely.
When do we know about the amendment, though?
Well, we did the amendment last court, and this was explained. I think you were actually out of the room at the time, because I remember you came back in and asked whether or not we had done item number 8. And we already had. So you might have missed the explanation, but the explanation is that the invoices could not have been submitted until such time as the Water Development Board signed the documents, of which they were able to do when this court passed their amendment.
So you're saying the Water Development Board had all these invoices and they wouldn't sign off on them because something was not right?
No, sir. I'm saying that the invoices are submitted to Public Works. They were submitted timely because we had to wait for the Water Development Board to receive and sign a document that came to this court. So this is a ministerial act that was being brought to us at this point because now all the documents have been signed by this court and by the agency, and now everybody's ready to get paid. Nobody's done anything except for follow the Water Development Board's timeline, and you're right, they were not timely, but we have been timely, and so has our engineers.
So everything is false in the false of the Water Development Board?
It does, but we have corrected that last time. If you'll remember, we did the amendment last time. Last court. When I say last time, I mean last court.
And a lot of the information that's in the reimbursement for the invoices that's submitted, reflect that there's been correspondences with various people, reports to the judge, reports to Maria, reports. So how come we don't get copies of those reports? I haven't got anything from Susan Ross, I don't know how long.
Well, actually, I got copied on a report that all the commissioners just got recently.
But I'm
And
not talking about recently, Judge. This is going back for 6 months. So I'm not just talking this month or last month. I'm talking about, here it doesn't say this month or last month. It said, it goes back to September, it goes back to most of them are old ones.
yeah, I'm going to refer this to Ide because I know that Susan has given, we have literally had lots of reports
I
over
can
the
look
last
at
6 months.
work with Anna to see if she has those documents, Commissioner, since we're talking about 10th October through probably April.
I'd
Right,
like to
yeah.
also check the contract to see about this.
Sure.
I mean, there's miscellaneous expenses, there's coffee. And,
I work with the
all
county
this other
attorney just
stuff
to make
because,
sure that we have
I
that
mean, we can't buy
contract.
your own coffee at $185 an hour or something wrong. I mean, you got to drink coffee anyway, right? But, I mean, I can't believe somebody would charge us for Starbucks and McDonald's and everything else. So it's about $300 some $400. So, but anyway, those are the. So what are we approving as far as the paying the invoices now? Or what?
Yeah, and when you pay these people, when you pay these invoices, they'll be able to pay all of our engineers.
So, okay, let me ask a question there. When the engineers or with the subcontractor submit an invoice to Susan Ross, or I don't know who submitted to Public Works or Susan Ross, and they're on time, so we don't submit those for payment right away? Do we hold them? I mean, my question is, if they submit an invoice, say for June, right? So do we pay those in July?
I do not pay them until I receive them from the department, and I haven't yet to receive any invoices on this particular invoice. So I cannot pay it until I receive it.
Okay, so then Susan Ross needs to submit them to you?
No, they need to
Public
submit it to the
Works.
department in question. This would have to go to Public Works.
Okay,
And Public Works then authorize it and approve it and then send them into my office for payment.
okay. If they're not authorized, should we get something, why they weren't authorized from Public Works, I guess?
That's correct. Public Works has been holding these invoices up.
There has to be a reason, I mean,
Yeah, the reason is that he said that they were late. And when we explained that they were not late, when County Administrator Hernandez explained they are not late because the amendments had to be done, we decided to bring it to court.
okay.
So I think that the fault lies with the system that we have that somehow blocked the invoices from being paid, and now we have the ability to rectify it.
Okay, so we're back online?
I think we should be back online now. Now that the amendments are done and everybody is on track.
Okay, well, I hope so, so move.
Okay. And is there a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, the next one also belongs to you, and it is item Q. And-
I just have a clarification on that. Approved memorandum of understanding between Nueces County and ERF Tower 2 for FEMA requirement contract provisions, $100,000. And is this something new?
No.
So we already had one with them before in 21, right?
Yes, let me explain, and also I think Ide can help as well here. Both Q and R are related,
Right.
and we are working to get the right language on items that have already happened in the past, so that when we submit to FEMA, FEMA recognizes the language that they are accustomed and used to. So these are documents that are required to memorialize the right FEMA language. Ide, could you also assist?
That's correct. Yeah, this is just it's no cost. We already approved this. We already processed payment. It's the only thing is we need to include this language for reimbursement. That's it.
It says here space for county incident management service response to COVID-19, I guess, and in city health district, is it?
Yeah, all of this happened in the
I don't
past.
understand what we're doing there. I thought we weren't doing COVID anymore. I thought there was a
Yeah,
health district.
we're not doing that, Commissioner. We already did it. So this is in the past.
is
We
in the
already
past?
processed payment, yes.
So
So
is
this
it-
is just to amend this to reflect the correct language.
So
That's
right
it.
now, we don't have anything, the tower is out, it's closed then? We're not using the tower anymore for anything to do with COVID?
That's correct.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So it's shut down, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. So now $100,000 is something that we need to pay to who?
We're not processing any payment.
Huh?
We are not processing, this is not any payment. I mean, it's not cost.
We're submitting
Because we
these
already
costs.
processed payment.
We're
So you're
submitting
asking
these
for a
costs.
$100,000 refund?
We already, yes, that's it. We already processed those payments. It's
Okay.
in the past, yeah.
So, okay, that's where I think it should be requested payment date. I guess it will be probably more clear then.
Yeah, this is going to help for the reimbursement, Commissioner.
Hopefully,
It's
okay.
something that FEMA is requesting us to do.
All right. I just want to make sure about the tower, make sure we won't use it anymore. Okay, well, that's good, that's fine.
All right, is that a motion then?
Move.
And I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Thank you. Letter R is the exact same thing. It's getting the right language so that when FEMA asks for information, we're able to showcase that these provisions were included. All of this has already happened. This is just cleanup so that we can get the right information to FEMA.
Okay. So, Dale, let me ask you, we're not making any more payments to the tower too, Dale?
Not for this company, no.
No? So when was the last payment we made, do you know?
I have no idea.
Can you find out? With the
I
auditor?
can look through it. I'll run a report on this company. I should have something next court.
Okay.
So can I ask a question on this one too? It says, excuse me, it says the agreement is up to 500,000. And so is that this is another one you said it's already been done?
Yeah, Commissioner, we're in the process of recovery mode, so what FEMA does is it issues requests for information, and in that vein, they want to see that the contracts that these were contracts that took place during COVID-19. All this is making sure that the language is correct in there. And so when, for example, take Tower 2 lease, they're not normally thinking about FEMA language. Some contracts have all the right language and some don't. HireQuest LLC in Snelling is the company that this county uses and has always used for temporary employment. So these are provisions that we are placing inside the contract so that FEMA knows the parties agreed to these contract provisions.
And obviously, county legal has checked all this out to make sure,
They're the ones that draft it.
okay, and that this is all okay with not only legally, but FEMA knows, and nobody thinks we're going back and putting something in a contract, to fix something later that's going to get us in trouble. So again, legal, you've done all that and checked all that out, correct?
Yes, I mean, I don't know if FEMA knows, but we have drafted this agreement and believe that it's sufficient.
And we have a COVID lawyer, remember, that we have that just works on our COVID contracts for the purposes of retrieving our dollars. All this is ministerial to try to make sure that it reflects.
I just want it on the record that legal has checked both these out and
Yeah.
looked at them, and that's why I'm asking them. And if
Yeah.
they are saying this is legal and we're not doing anything odd or strange, then I just want them to put it on the record that they've done all this.
Well, it came from their office, so I think Francisco just said that. All right, so is there a motion then? All right, got a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. All right, that does conclude the consent agenda, and that's very helpful because we're doing pretty good on time. I do want to have a few more items to table, so I'm going to go ahead and work on that. And it's item 3A. 3A the briefing that we were going to get. We're going to postpone that briefing. It's 3A1. We're going to table it to July 27th, as was mutually convenient for the parties, is my understanding. That's not my date. That's the date that was arranged with court administration. So 3A1, I've got a motion to table.
Second.
And thank you. That was a second, right? Or I'll take yours as the motion, and I'll do a second. And,
I'd like to make a motion, we table number 2.
okay, hold on one second. All those in favor of tabling item number 3A1 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'm gonna-
Table number 2, Judge.
Well, Commissioner Xavier Gonzalez is here, ready to make that presentation, and there's,
I understand, but I don't think, we said, this weren't the instruction we gave last time, Judge, so, right now, I'd like to make a motion, we table number 2, if I hear a second, that's fine, but my deal is
Second.
we need to table it, because this is not what we gave the instructions last time. Y'all, when we voted on it, you said yourself, that was only for the concept, nothing else, and will give us 30 days to come back, and here we are 2 weeks later.
I said,
So-
I told Xavier Gonzalez to do it within 30 days, and he did it quicker. And given the urgency of our concern in our community, I thought that would be a
Well, we're
good thing
dealing
that
with
he
the
did that
judges.
quicker.
Dealing with the judges program too, so that's gonna, we're gonna have our hands full until we find out how we're gonna do that one, but,
Well,
I
at
think
any
what we-
rate, there's a motion and a second to table, and I'll call for discussion, which is that I think that it's an important opportunity to hear his presentation, and therefore, I don't think that we should table it. If you want to table discussion on other matters, but he is here to make the presentation, and the quicker that we know,
my motion to
More
table,
about it.
my motion to table number 2.
I've got a motion and a second, and I've just called for discussion, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No?
No.
Okay, so it's a push. Dr. Gonzalez, will you bring us the
Where's
information?
Commissioner Hernandez? Is Commissioner Hernandez not online?
That's correct.
Judge, we had an agreement that we were only going to
Excuse me,
hear
Commissioner.
items.
Can you
We had
turn
an
up your
agreement.
volume just a little bit?
Sure. We had an agreement. That is why I'm so upset at this agenda being posted and believe that it was completely done incorrectly, because the agreement was we were going to only hear items that were absolutely necessary today, because Commissioner Gonzalez is only here out of courtesy because he has a medical procedure that he's not even supposed to be here for. Commissioner Hernandez isn't here because of this. So this is why I'm so frustrated with the court manager on this and her staff, because it was only supposed to be a brand new agenda with things that were absolutely essential to be heard today that couldn't be pushed off. This is not essential. There are many items on here that are not essential. And so I think the county manager and her staff has completely failed this court. I will be putting more agenda items on considering policies, because apparently it doesn't matter that more than 1 or 2 or 3 commissioners weigh in and say, look, let's push this. She still does whatever it is that she's going to do. This is not an item that, in the spirit of why we're even having this meeting, should be heard, because there's other items that we have to hear, and Commissioner Gonzalez needs to leave to go to his medical procedure. He's not even supposed to be here today. And yet we're pushing an agenda item that's a presentation that's not an essential item to have today, because you're not even in the action on them. So let's get done what has to be done only, and let's let Commissioner Gonzalez go to his medical procedure, and then I'll take it up with the commissioner, with the court manager later, because I think she is inappropriate in posting this agenda, because this is not what was supposed to happen. It could have easily created a new agenda for today only, and somehow the majority of the court got overridden, apparently, on how this agenda has been posted. So I don't understand why we're sitting in this position when Commissioner Gonzalez isn't even supposed to be here today. And that was the intent. I mean, I can only be here till 11. I've got to leave at 11. So I told that to Ida when I got on. Commissioner Mata's had conflicts today, supposedly, where he couldn't be here all day. And so we're going to spend a bunch of time on an agenda item that isn't essential to have today because there's no action. And Commissioner Hernandez isn't even here to hear it either. So I don't understand what we're doing here, but I'm extremely disappointed in the county manager and the setting of this agenda, the way it's been done, and especially the advice she got from part of her staff as was proposed to me, that they couldn't set an agenda separate than what had already been done, which is absolutely inaccurate. So I don't understand why we're having this presentation today. Commissioner Nueces isn't even here. He's got an injury. Commissioner Gonzalez needs to leave. This is completely inappropriate.
The vote's
So
2-2,
Thank
so
you.
it really dies
Thank you,
here.
Commissioner.
I've got to leave at 11, no later, if you want to spend that time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And this is not right.
Thank
I
you,
mean, this is
Commissioner.
not right. I can't believe that y'all did not agree to table this, especially since this was the agreement. This is exactly why the agenda posted is inappropriate. Here we are, supposedly only going to handle the items that are essential. That was the spirit of what we're supposed to do.
I don't think we can
And
discuss it
again,
anyway. It's 2-2 vote, so it dies, isn't it?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is, let's see what kind of time allows, Xavier. We'll just hold for just a moment, okay? The vote is to, you will be able to make the presentation if time allows, but we don't know that it will. I have some other tabled items that need to be taken.
Does it die there? If the vote is 2-2?
It's a push. It means no action.
No push, I mean, die. It's only 2-2, there's no majority.
I mean, a 2-2 is no action, but
Right.
what was, yes.
No action.
No action.
Okay.
I want to.
So the motion to table is there's no action. I'm going to move on to another item, just because in the interest of time, we have another couple of tabled items, so I'm going to go ahead and tackle those. And then there are some that we are tackling that are important for the county's business to be conducted. That's
Table
the-
number 3, Judge, I don't know why.
Yeah, it's a tabled on number 3. That was given to me earlier today.
Okay.
So is there a motion to table
I don't know why.
item number 3?
I didn't put that one on here.
I was given that as a table.
Right.
Motion to
So,
table.
Okay, motion to table. There's a second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. All right, I'll give you the ones that, there's another one that's been asked to be tabled, this one because the contract wasn't ready. It's item number 9, Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. I think that'll be ready by July 6th. So item number 9 will come back on July 6th. Is there a motion to table?
So moved.
Motion
Thank
to
you.
table.
And I'll take that as a second for Commissioner Chesney. There's a little delay in audio, so Commissioner Modis had already done that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay. I'm just looking for the tables, guys. Give me just a second. Okay, now I have a bunch that need to be starred. And those stars are really important because they do symbolize some items that need to get taken care of today. And so item number 6, either these have to do with deadlines or there's a myriad of reasons why these items have been starred, but I'll take them in the order that I do see them. Discuss and consider on item number 6, discuss and consider approval of Coastal Parks to submit a grant proposal to Texas Parks and Wildlife Outdoor-Indoor Grant Program for additional funding. This is on a time-sensitive guideline. So,
Motion to pass. There is no, the match can be used
Second.
by the funds that we've already allocated. So that would be the only match available on that. So I
Correct.
motion to pass.
correct. There's a second on the floor here. I'll take your motion. And I think what, Emma, just so you know, what Commissioner Chesney's saying is let the record reflect that the match already has been established by the funds that have been allocated. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 7 is also for coastal parks, and it's time sensitive, and it's a approval of supplemental agreement number 5 for additional construction phase services and time extension for the ESC.
Motion to pass. There, and those funds have already been allocated within Hurricane Harvey.
That's correct. Those funds, the motion is subject, well, not really subject to, it's just with the clarity that those funds are already available inside the Hurricane Harvey allocation for IB McGee Park Office. I heard the motion. Was there a second? There's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 10 is discuss and consider participation in the unclaimed capital credits received by the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts from electric cooperatives under Section 74.602 of the Texas Property Code, and certify the purpose of the use of the funds in compliance with Section 381. This is something that we do receive every year. We appropriated these last year, so this is basically to receive the good and free money from the unclaimed capital credits. Is there a motion to consider our participation in receiving these from the Texas Comptroller?
Second, but I got discussion.
All right, I'll take the motion second and ask for the discussion.
How much money did we get last year, Dale?
I'm not sure exactly, but normally it's around $20,000, $30,000 roughly. I'll have to let you know
20
that.
to 30,000?
Around there usually.
And that money goes to where?
Well, before it was going to the Family Protection Plan, but when we looked at balances, this will go to our NCDC.
When did we approve that?
Y'all approved that several courts ago to transfer the funds to the NCDC.
From that account?
Yes,
I don't remember doing that.
because it can be used for development.
Can you give us a copy of whatever the order we did or whatever?
I'll look through the court minutes to find it.
I really don't remember that one. No.
Is there any more discussion?
So he's going to that account now?
We haven't received the funds yet, but once we receive the funds, that's where it'll go, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Chesney? These are the unclaimed capital credits that we're basically receiving. And thank you. I forgot table item 11. It has to do with the county attorney.
Motion table.
Thank you. We need to have that redone, or not redone, but it's still pending. And I'll take that as a motion and a second. All those, actually, forgive me, Commissioners, it's half of it is not ready. And that's the
Where you at?
item number 11, the discuss and consider approving the agreement is not ready. The agreement is not ready.
The table?
And so we're going to table that piece of it, okay? And also, but I can get a motion to rescind the agreement. That will help, I think. Is that
Motion to
fair,
rescind.
Francisco? Okay, in other words, let me get that done. So I'll have a motion to rescind, and I think I heard Commissioner Chesney say motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll take that, and I'll do a second to rescind the original agreement. We're going to get a new one, bring it back to you guys on July 6th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then
The new one is going to be with
the new one is just a change of name. Yes, sir.
foundation?
Right. It was a name change, Francisco. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
It's a name change, and he'll bring it back to us. The only thing is that there was an additional request for $2,000 for additional flags that we did not have. And Commissioner Chesney, I remember we put this on because we said if we were short that we might be able to come back. We can take it up next time, but is there a
Judge,
consideration?
I think I already volunteered some funds for that.
Okay,
In
I
the
think
email
this
that
is
was
just
sent
to
out.
make it final. I think you have. I
Yeah.
think you volunteered the 2,000. Let me double check that. Teresa's not in the courtroom with me.
I did,
That's
Judge, and it was,
correct.
That's
That's
correct.
correct. Commissioner Chesney's allocating those funds.
I'm just going to approve it right now, Commissioner, if you'll make that motion.
sure, motion approved.
I'll second it. And all those, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Item number 17 is also very important for today's business, and that's discuss and consider authorizing the health care compensation for the medical examiner. This was not, I repeat, not a part of the original contract, which is why you're seeing it before you here today. Everything else has been consummated, but for the health care. And for this, I'm going to turn to, who would like to, Francisco? Would you like to just bring
Yes,
us
I can
facts?
briefly provide some facts on this item.
Thank
So
you.
the agreement does include the concept of healthcare. However, it doesn't say how to accomplish that. After discussing this item with the Dr. Fagan, our office believes that perhaps the easiest way to do this, to provide health care, is to to pay his COBRA coverage, which will be $1,712.50 per month. We don't know the exact date that our insurance kicks in. We don't know if it's in 3 months or exactly 4 months, so we're recommending that maybe up to 4 months be covered at the rate of $1,712.50.
So you're saying $7,000 per month for 3 months?
It's $1,712.50 per at least 3 months, if not maybe up to 4 months, until the exact time that our insurance would kick in, which I don't know the exact date. That would be a question for HR.
Our insurance normally starts 60 days after hire. We usually wait 60 days after hire. So once that's been, then we'll start at the very beginning of the next the next month starting. So it can be anywhere from 60 to 90 days.
Judge, since we've made the motion in the past to include all of the extra medical examiner funding from ARPA, I would make the motion to do that on this as well, to remain consistent.
Yeah,
I agree with that. And it was just a matter of, making the best business decision here. We think the COBRA makes the most sense. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions needed from Dale?
And I think the discussion, just real quickly, is just to keep in the spirit, this is really not additional money. This is monies in which we'd agreed to previously. We just didn't realize there was this, I'll say a glitch for lack of a better term. But this is not an additional term. We did agree to provide his health insurance from day one in the original package.
That's correct. That's correct. This is more of a refinement, if you will, of the process.
6,000 anyway, so it's good.
All right. And a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Same sign. I've got Michael in the courtroom, and so I'm going to go ahead and take up item number 5. I don't think it will take very long at all. Michael, this is the discuss and consider finding the method of procurement for Horace Caldwell Pier accessible ramp. That would be good to get a 2-week head start on before our next court. And this has to do with, again, Horace Caldwell, so we'll direct your attention to Port Aransas, Texas.
So the observation deck, I understand from Scott Cross, there was identified a need for the accessibility ramp to make its way to the ADA restroom that is in that facility. That item was, can y'all not hear me?
It's a little tough. I mean, I'm worried about the people online. I can hear you fine.
Okay. How's this?
Much better.
Okay. So there's an accessibility ramp that I understand from Scott Cross is going to be required by ADA for us to give citizens who have this requirement need an ability to access the observation deck. This was not part of the original scope when we did the observation deck work. And so I've discussed with Scott that that he would like us to go out for bids for invitation for bid method. So this will be a low bid project to do those renovations to the pier ramp.
Judge,
Okay.
this has previously been allocated, so I would make the motion to pass this.
Thank you. And I think time is of the essence, so that's great. So no other questions anyone has, right?
I believe
You're all good to go, Michael?
additional comments would be that I understand that the drawings and specifications are already prepared, so we should be coming on the street really quickly.
That's fantastic.
With this bid.
That's good news, I think, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
And I know you have the motion. Is that right? I'll go ahead and second.
Already second.
You've
Yes,
already
ma'am.
got a second even. All right, motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Judge, if
Yes,
I could
sir.
indulge the court.
I was going to
I've
go
got-
right there to you.
Okay, good. I'll just
Okay,
wait.
I've got you marked. That's why item D1 is also with Michael, and I think we can do this quickly. But please, this one might require a little bit of explanation because it sounds so exciting, and then you realize it's still exciting, but we're not the beneficiary. And that's item D1, discuss and consider approving a method of procurement for an oil and gas lease of 3,600 acres of school land lease property in Jim Wells and Live Oak County. There's 2 phases, Commissioners. Also, it would be to approve that method of procurement and then approve hiring a land surveyor and appraiser as is needed to get this work accomplished. Michael?
So the county has received an unsolicited interest in performing some, I believe, natural gas exploration out at the site of the school land lease. As the court may recall, there's an easement where a pipeline for natural gas already runs through that property. And so what we've done is we tried to work with Texas Oil and Gas Association to see if they might be able to present just the concept to explain how these leases are done. We're going to follow the same competitive bid process once that we have those partitions of land drawn out. And there's already a leaseholder who runs the land right now, and that's for the surface land. But the county still has the rights to the natural resources that are there. And so this is just to place this before the court for their consideration. Like I said, it was an unsolicited inquiry. Any proceeds that come from this would, as the judge mentioned, be a benefit to the school districts in Jim Wells and Live Oak County.
Let me just say something, Mike. And I thought you knew this thing happened back in 2004. You know, there's more than one line right now. There's about 3 lines underneath the property. And we surveyed this property already twice. And so I don't know why we're surveying it again. I mean, the property is the property. And the thing is, maybe an appraisal on the value. But you know, we are actually the executors of those monies that come in. We just hold the monies for 7 school districts, right? Which is Live Oak, and which is Jim Wells and Nueces, and it's CCISD, Tolosa, and all those. We just monitor the monies. We give the monies out. We don't get any revenues from it. But this land, we came across this land back in 2004. You know, so when we took a drive out there, me with an ag person, I think you were here.
Yeah, I've driven the property myself with Jason
so
when he was here.
It's not like it's something new. I mean, we have several lines there already that we have to approve oil companies to come in there and do the lines.
Yeah, so this is not for oil lines. This is for
gas?
actual natural gas.
Yeah, we got, and there's some gas there also too.
Exploration.
Right.
And the way it was described to me is that the land mass that we do have an appraisal for is for the entire land mass. And folks in the oil and gas industry typically won't bid on property of that size. And so it was identified that we might need to parcel that land into smaller segments in order to actually get bids on whatever particular areas. I don't know a whole lot about oil and gas.
Is that part of the but it's part of the agreement with the people from the landowners? We have an agreement with them, you know. So
well, the Nueces County is the landowner.
Well, we're not the landowners, and we just are the executors right now. We were appointed the executors to make sure that money goes where it's supposed to go. So we're not actually the owners of it. We just like to leasing something, you know. But and I don't know you were here or not when I think Elsa was the one that was here.
I got here in 2008, so if this occurred in 2004, that was prior to me.
Elsa and Tyner, you know, followed up after that, and that's what it's all about. So I mean, you know, we have several lines under that ground.
Yeah. I think there's a disconnect, Commissioner.
No disconnect. There's not a disconnect here. I'm just trying to educate Mike a little bit too, because maybe if he wasn't here, and educate yourself too, just because you weren't here, you know, what we've done with that land out there. Because we have gone from 2 lines to about, I think there's already 4 lines out there. So with natural gas, and there's some oil, whatever it is out there. And every time somebody wants to run a line through there, they're supposed to actually check with Nueces County.
Right, I think that's exactly what's happening here. Is there's a group that was interested in perhaps leasing some property out there for exploration. We informed them that we would need to put that out for bids. We can't just award to one interested party. And so the mechanism that I have available to me is the leasing rules that are in the Texas Local Government Code. And so I'm just presenting this to the court today to let y'all know that someone's interested in pursuing this. It's the court's decision if they wish for us to move forward on it. And I just tried to prepare how we would do it if we intend to move forward on it. And my understanding is
it was also a lease for hunting, right? for about maybe 7 years. I don't know what happened to that one, but it was also leased for hunting.
Right now, it's set up for grazing and hunting,
Yeah.
and that's going on right now.
Right. So I think, I don't know, I really hadn't seen I was really trying to read the contract and the notebook that we have, but I haven't.
I provided that contract just so that y'all would know that there was a paragraph that specifically indicated that the rights of the leaseholder are just on the surface,
Right.
and that's for the grazing and hunting that's going on. And then those things that are below the surface, the county still has an ability, if we choose to lease out those oil rights or natural gas rights.
Right.
And
But
so
as long as the money goes-
that's what this is about. And that's about all I know at this point. And what I understand is if we were to pursue it, we would need a new land survey done to parcel out the lands into smaller
Well,
segments.
and that's my next question. Can we actually parcel it out? That's my next question. There was one time that we were trying to do something with the land and we're going to be in violation of it, but, and we didn't do it, so.
So I would say if the court is interested in the spirit of moving forward in this and they authorize me to walk down that path, I would certainly work with the county attorney's office. They've identified to me that they have an oil and gas specialist attorney that could assist us in making sure that we're doing everything correct.
I agree. I agree with that one.
But let's be clear, this is not for pipelines. This is
No.
for exploration and production to drill for
I'm just
natural
trying to tell
gas.
them what's out there,
Excuse
Judge.
me,
I'm just trying to
you're
tell them.
interrupting me. Again, everything that you said
It's true.
is not addressing this particular action item. This action item is so that we can help make money for our school districts. By parceling the land, it would need surveying, and by doing so, we would have the opportunity to hopefully attract a oil and gas exploration and production developer who would then lease the mineral estate, which is different than the surface estate, which is currently leased by somebody else. They're completely two different estates, and this is the method that we need. So yes, we need an appraiser. Yes, we need a surveyor. And this would be the best way to, in these gas market prices, to attract a developer and to make good money for our children in the school districts. And it has nothing to do with pipelines. And there is no current
It has everything to
active
do with
E&P.
pipelines.
Not this lease. This lease is to drill wells. And it would be an oil and gas lease for the purposes of drilling for natural gas. And the royalties that would be achieved by this lease would benefit the school lands. Unlike a pipeline who does not achieve a royalty, you get an easement from that pipeline. It is completely different, and this is incredibly important so that we can, when we make money for our region and our school children, it's a good thing. So
I agree.
that's what this is all about. And with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to again approve the method of procurement, which is request for competitive bids at this time. That's the item one. And then the second would be to approve a land surveyor and an appraiser. And Michael will be working with the county attorney's office on these matters. Is there a second? I don't know if you want to hear them separately, Michael. I can take them bifurcated, but the first is the motion to approve the the request for competitive bids.
Motion approved.
Thank you.
I'm second both of them together, Judge, if you want to make it.
If the county attorney's okay with that, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
It's really the surveyor, appraiser, it's all lumped together. It's approval for all three. I'll take that as an amended motion, Commissioner Modis. Is that all right? And I'll take that as a second, Commissioner Chesney. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it is exactly 10:05. I told her I would try my best to be timely, 5 minutes late, but still pleased with ourselves. I'm going to take the court back to the item that deals with the Texas Indigent Defense Commission and a very important grant that we have, we're going to hear more about. It's item B1, and we have several guests with us, and I'll let Judge Missy Maderi
All right.
begin.
Good. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We'll just ask you to bring that mic. We've been having trouble with it.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
much better. Thank
Much better?
you.
It's always difficult because I want to start karaoke when I have a microphone. Better? Is that better then?
Thank you.
All right, great. Then I can actually move a little bit. Judge, thank you very much for having us. Commissioners, thank you very much for having us and our team here. My name is Missy Maderi. I am the 347th District Court Judge. Today we have some great news. Now it's been in the paper and they've got it before you all did, although I'm sure you all read it as well, and I've kind of reached out to a few of y'all. Today we are turning over what we are very excited for, which is a $7.2 million grant from Texas Indigent Defense Commission. Nueces County was awarded this grant. It was the largest TIDC grant that was given this year. We are going to, of course, we asked for $14 million, but that was pie in the sky, right? Because they only had about $14 million to be able to give away. And so what they've done is they've come back and they've offered us $7.2 million. In order to do that, we will be handling 45% of all the mental health cases and 13% of the regular cases. There was two buckets of money, basically. One was for backlog and the other was for mental health. And so it was the only grant, actually, that was a hybrid grant that was given by TIDC. For year one, we're going to receive $1,843,337. Year two is $1,798,121. And then from there, what we're going to do is what I'd spoken about before on April 19th, is that we do a step down, which means that the next year, TIDC is going to pay for 80%. Nueces County will pay for 20%. Next year it'll be 60%, 40% for Nueces County, 40, and then 20, all the way down for a step down. The total for that would be $7.2 million that this county would receive from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission. The next step that we do is we turn it over to you all. We start with what's called an Oversight Board. The Oversight Board, we reached out, my team and I, who I would like to give credit to, too, Amanda De La Cerda over here, and then Lisa Greenberg, and then Danis Obregon, which you all will remember from the April 19th that we gave this presentation. The next thing we do is give an Oversight Board to you. So what did we do? The team met and we said, okay, what are our rules? Our rules are we got to pick them from people that have mental health backgrounds, familiarity with people that have mental health, academia, individuals that really, truly care about this community. We picked a bipartisan committee. We said we don't need Democrats, we don't need Republicans, we need humans. And actually, Janice Cahill, I don't remember where she is. There she is. I actually just stole that line from her because she told me outside, and I really liked it, so I took it. So what we've done is we have presented you with an oversight committee. It is your job to approve the oversight committee or not approve the oversight committee. I brought it to the Board of Judges, and I know we had a Zoom issue this morning, so I know a lot of the judges can't be here, but I would thank Judge Watts for being here and Judge Werner for being here as well. And so what we've done is we have, with the Oversight Committee, we presented it to the Board of Judges. The Board of Judges agreed with it 100%, and they have asked us to recommend these individuals to you. We want to make it an odd number in case there is some kind of disagreement. And we have left two positions open for the Commissioner's Court or the county judge to appoint a designee, or they can appoint themselves. The individuals that we have picked in order to do this are as follows. You all will obviously know John Martinez. He's a former judge, city council member, direct knowledge of criminal defense and mental health. He is here seated to my right, or standing to my right. Ms. Rosanna Muschel, you will remember her. She is not here today, but Ms. Muschel is the individual that Ms. Greenberg talked about, where she represented her son that was not able to receive mental health treatment, and therefore it was a disastrous outcome, and that's what we're trying to prevent. Rick Rogers, he's a criminal defense attorney. He is retired at this time. He has direct experience with mental health, public defense, and the justice system, and he also does not take court appointments. because we didn't want anybody taking court appointments, obviously, to be on this list, and I think it's actually part of the bylaws. Lisa Greenberg, who was on the team from the very beginning, criminal defense attorney, direct experience with mental health cases, public defense, and the justice system. She also does not take court appointment. She's also president of the Coastal Bend Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. Libby Avert, she's a community leader, direct experience with the court system and knowledge of community and mental health issues. Libby Avert is actually out of the country, or she said she would be here. Chris Adler needs no introduction. You all know Chris Adler. She's a community leader. And when I picked up the phone and called her, and that's what's amazing is every single person that I've called, I could hardly get through the presentation when they said, absolutely, we're on board. This is what we want to do. This is great for our community. Next would be Benjamin Wolfe. He's direct knowledge of the criminal justice system, indigent defense counsel, and mental health. He's also the director and of the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs in Austin. I met him years ago on a writ that was probably 25 or 30 years old, and the individual was incompetent. He had been given the death penalty, but he was incompetent. And so we had many, many hearings that he drove down from Austin. I got to know him very well, just an outstanding individual. Dr. Owens is to my right here. She's from academia stage of this, direct and personal knowledge of mental health issues as well, and a member of this community. Janice Cagle also needs no introduction, community leader, personal experience with mental health and the criminal justice system. Next would be Grant Jones, former Nueces County District Attorney, direct knowledge of complexity of mental health cases in the criminal justice system. And last but surely not least would be Dr. Shane Gleason, who is sitting next to Dr. Owens. This also fulfills our academia portion. He works at TAMU CC in political science, knowledge of criminal defense system, impacts on marginalized communities. I met Dr. Gleason years ago, and I loved his research so much that I had him come down and speak to the 5th Region and all of the judges. And he's just a wealth of information. And then I don't know if he was trying to do payback or what, but he made me come and speak to his class as well. And so I've known many of these individuals for many, many years. Some I'm meeting for the first time. But I present to you this board because I truly believe that they care about this community, and I truly believe that they can care about this mental health. At this time, I'm going to give you all a copy of this while I turn this over to Ms. Greenberg.
Just a quick question, Judge. The board is made up of 11. Is that a consistent number that is required? You might just want to.
Yeah, no. So what the board, we started, you have to have an even or an uneven number, right? So if there's a break or a tiebreaker. And so when we started, we thought, well, let's maybe do 7. Maybe let's do 9. And then we started thinking about the individuals in this community who would love to be part of this. And we wanted to make sure that we opened it up so that we didn't have just 5 people on there or 7 people. So we have 11, and we have given you all 2 other spots. You actually got all 13 spots if you want them.
Right.
But we left 2 open in case you all wanted to join the committee as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So today is a really, really good day. I'm really happy to be here and present this to you. And just so you know, the TIDC, the Texas Indigent Defense Commission, actually has guidelines. And so we did the work of trying to fulfill those guidelines. And so these 11 people that we hand to you, they have to be knowledgeable about public defense or mental health or the community. They have to focus on public defense. It can't just be like the legal system in general. So I wanted you to understand that. It says they have to have, some sort of stake in the community and public defense. Because what we want to do, we're starting a public defender's office. We're making the system work. But we need to focus on public defense. And so when the actual list says they have to be county commissioners, which Judge Banderi told you we left the 2 spots, from the judiciary, but they can't be actively hearing these cases, community groups, the defense bar, formerly incarcerated persons or their family members, academia, and the Texas public defense community. That's what we can pick from. And so we care so much about this. I know you guys know that. that we tried to do the work and make sure it was bipartisan, but people who would care about the success of this office. Here we have an opportunity for change. That's why today is such a good day for me, for somebody who has seen the problems in the system, and we can complain about them all day, but today is the day we can make change. And these people are invested and they care. And I feel like, just like Judge Maderi said, this is our baby. I am so invested in this to make sure it's a success and that people's voices are heard. So that's why we did this work for you. Of course, this is up to you to decide whether or not you approve of the board, and then whether you want to put, there's 2 empty spots or the entire board. The other thing I just wanted to reiterate is that all the members have to be free from interests directly related. And so we made sure that the defense lawyers didn't take court appointments, those kind of things. And so I hope today that you look at this list. I hope you know that the only reason we're here today is to try to make positive change in this community. We have this opportunity today. I know it's not everything we asked for, but it's a start. It's a good day. And so we'll take that start. We'll take the ball, and we'll show this community that we can do better. And that's what we're asking today. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few comments. One idea that I had not vetted with you, Judge Maderi, but I think might be a good idea, other than the fact that we should, I think, accept this proposed Oversight Board members named 2 members of our court to complete the 13. But what I've seen work very well in other oversight boards is to have resources. So, for example, we happen to have behavioral health director, Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. He maybe didn't have to necessarily be a board member, but I would include him as either ex officio or just as a resource, somebody who gets included just as a great resource for you, because he is the nexus between behavioral and mental health in our county per se as an office. And I just think that would be great for even for future ways to force multiply grants. Anyway, one thought. And the second thought is, again, in the room, great opportunity to have expertise is somebody from MHID. Those are my 2 suggestions, but not as board members, but as a way we could define them. Sometimes they're just resources in the room that are their advisors is a good word. Thoughts?
So she passed me the mic. I know you asked Judge
Yeah,
Maderi, but the
that's
reason
okay.
I think she passed me the mic is because we thought about those things.
Okay.
And we didn't want to put them directly on
Understood.
the board because of any contracts
That's
the office
what I
could
was
have.
thinking too.
So absolutely, they're
Okay.
invaluable.
Great.
And we want them as resources. I just want you to know, when we thought about this board, we reached out to the other counties that have started public defender's office, especially mental health, and successful ones. And so they gave us that sort of insight, like
Perfect.
keep them for
Right.
other roles.
That's what I thought too, is that they want to be there as being your guiding light and really good nexus with the county, but not on the board. So.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that, and I did pass that over to Lisa because she studied those rules. When we reached out, we did have one individual that we reached out to be on this board, and they could not because of the conflict on it, and they went through it. So we would love the resource of it. In fact, he just introduced himself to me outside.
Great.
And so we'd love the resources. And I mean, I'm sure the board would. You know, as soon as I walk out of here, I mean, I'm going to be obviously invested and want to hear about it. But as soon as I walk out of here, my job is done. The committee's job is done. So, you know, I want to echo what Ms. Greenberg said. You know, we have come together as a team to work on this, and this is truly a great day for Nueces County. As I said on April 19th, these are the most marginalized individuals in our community, and through no fault of their own, right? I mean, with individuals that have mental health issues, I mean, it's like being born without a leg or an arm. It's not your fault. And so we have to stop the revolving door that we have in Nueces County and treat them accordingly. And I will just tell you something else. Do you remember when we gave the presentation, we talked to that woman named Kate? And we talked to you about how many lawyers that we had to give her, how many people had to learn, how many times she had been in and out of jail. That was April 19th. She's still in jail.
Yeah.
It's a great thing today, guys. I really am. I'm super proud of it. I'm super proud of the team that we did. And couldn't be more excited about the individuals from our community that jumped on board to try to do this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Judge, I would
commissioners.
make a motion.
Yes.
I would make a motion to accept the grant forward.
Yes, the proposed Oversight Board members.
I was going to do it in two motions, Judge. But I mean, I can do it in two. And I don't think, and I'm happy to also make it the motion to discuss the board and to take the recommendations of the judges. I don't know that we need to add 2 more slots. I think 11 is enough. I think 11 is a large board. I think we should take this board and start with it, give them 2-year terms, and then we would put that in the rotation like we do for every other board. Maybe we stagger, maybe some are 2 and some are 3, so not everybody's up at the same time. But I think 11 is a large board as it is. I think they've taken a great amount of time to put these people on. So I would just move that we pass the board as submitted and put them on in 2 and 3-year terms and let them pick who the 2 and 3-year terms are. And then afterwards, it would all come back to the Commissioners Court for review and reappointment, just like any other board that falls under our purview.
Commissioner, I think the ladies here are going to make a comment. I think in other boards, there was it your request that the Commissioners Court serve on this board?
You know, here's the thing. There are other jurisdictions that have their commissioners or their county judge on there. There are other jurisdictions that do not. We just wanted to give you all the opportunity because it's funny. Every single person that I called and said, hey, I want to talk to you about being on this oversight board, what I ended the conversation with is by saying, I'm offering you this position and I don't have the authority to offer it to you. And it's all going to be the Commissioners Court. And so, you know, and then board members shall serve a maximum of 2-year terms. So what we should do, I like Commissioner Chesney's idea that we do have to stagger it, right? Because you don't want to all of a sudden end up at 2
Everybody
years
gone.
and your wealth of information is gone.
Right.
So I think what we do is once we establish this Oversight Committee, I think the Oversight Committee should get together and appoint a chair. And then the chair can determine whether or not it's who's got 1-year terms and who's got 2-year terms. And it might be pulling out of a hat, right? Randomly just assign 1- and 2-year terms.
And we can bring back that detail later, but I do think it's a good idea, and I would like to serve, and I'd like for one of my colleagues to serve with me because we have so much work to do with regards to establishing the physicality of the office itself, establishing the HR pieces of it, and it's going to work better when there's a liaison there, just like we do with Board of Judges. You know, there's sort of a reason behind that, and that's to bring back to the right department so there's a continuing flow of information. Commissioner
I would suggest,
Gonzalez?
I really don't think none of us should be on the board. You know,
I do
this is
too.
my opinion. Dr. Gonzalez is an advisory, is great. And MHID is also great, it's an advisory. We don't have problem working with each other when you come to us and request some things. So I really don't think that we should be, this is my opinion, as part of any other board right now until you grow and see what's going to happen and see where we're going. And then I guess at that time we can revisit. Today we're only accepting the board recommendations, not the grant, right? That's what I'm here for. That's what we're here for.
There should be a letter, well, I can't remember what they're called, LGAs, letter of agreement, something like that should have been sent already, if it has not been yet, sent to the county judge for signature.
Yeah, it already has.
It has been? Okay.
We haven't seen it.
So if we've already accepted the grant, then I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. I think none of us should serve. I'm comfortable with the 11 that have been appointed. And I think anything past 11, that's just a huge board. That's going to become hard, unruly. To go to 13 is a big number. I think we should accept a submission of the names that are accepted today and move forward and be happy with what we've got.
It should be maybe 3 years and 2 years, that staggered 2 and 3.
Three is our maximum. Three is our maximum time. So we'll do probably 1.5 and 2.
Right.
Because the most important thing right now, sorry, thanks. I kind of like that, though. I felt like I was in a game show. The most important thing right now with this oversight is going to be picking the chief public defender. That will be the most important thing that this board does. Establishing it, because the chief public defender is going to be the one that is going to be setting the tone. It's also going to have to write bylaws, by September. So we are on definitely a fast track. We're not on the kid roller coaster. We're on the big one. I don't have an opinion on this, and I don't really want to have an opinion on this. We've given you 11 individuals that we think are outstanding. I understand Judge Canales' concerns. It is nice to have somebody as a liaison to the Commissioner's Court. But it's not my decision.
Right.
It's not my team's decision.
Well, we sit on every single other board for a reason and a purpose. And again, I'd like to serve as a way to help make certain that things get done, right? Not because I'm looking to hinder, but looking to enhance. And so I can come on it as an advisory resource, just the way Dr. Xavier is, and hopefully I can attend meetings and do what it is that we do here in this office, which is make things a reality. That's what happened when this grant came to us, and we needed, on a dime's notice, an official grant writer. It was helpful then. It will be helpful in the future. You want to avail yourself of all the resources. And out of sight, out of mind is not good with this. You need somebody to help from within. And I think that's why it's done in other major, larger urban centers, and why I think it's critical here. It's been a long, long time since I worked legal aid, but I did work legal aid in my young career. I think I was pregnant at the time, and but I think that there is a real value to having the, and I hope, excitement in having this court have a member or two on the advisory capacity. I want to make sure that our marginalized community is reflected inside this proposed oversight board. And maybe that's how we can use those other two spaces if you think that be proper. And I think we ought to reach out. We could seat these 11, leave those 2 open, for instance, to help ascertain you've done a great job on diversity, but let's get it even more diverse, because I promise you it's not as diverse as your clientele. Okay? I'm going to tell you that right now. And so I think that's something that needs to, as soon as I'm finished, I will call on you. I think that's important to think about. But as they say, whether it's a security committee, whether it's the opioid committee, it doesn't matter what committee there is, there's a reason that interface exists. And this should, just as you said in the beginning, it should not be political. It should be because we have a genuine interest and willingness to serve, and hopefully create that nexus between what the court can provide, because this court's going to be providing resources. And when a court provides resources, or any political body or jurisdiction, it typically sends somebody to make sure that those resources are properly being advised and administered. That's smart government, and I think that's important.
I'll make a motion we accept the list that the judges gave us.
The motion is to accept the 11, and is there a second?
I'll second that, and then I'll make a separate motion after that. I do feel that we need to have some representation, even if it's just advisory, not necessarily a member of the board, and just by title, by county judge, and maybe court administrator there. So at least one can be there to kind of represent our interests. And I think if it's removed but still part of it, I would love to see that. But I don't want to say. This is a great list, right? So let's focus on that first. Let's get the 11. But if we can add on a second motion once this first vote is taken, and then just add on county judge and court administrator, court manager.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on that first one. It's the 11 proposed Oversight Board members as presented. And I'll just read them for the record. John Martinez. Is it pronounced Rosaina? Rosana. Sanchez Michelle, Rick Rogers, Lisa Greenberg, Libby Averett, Chris Adler, Ben Wolfe, Dr. Shadano Owens, Janice Cagle, Grant Jones, and Dr. Shane Gleason. And motion and a second. With no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign, and then I'll entertain your second
Motion
motion.
just to add 2 ex officio members onto this board of county judge and the county manager, county administrator.
We had how many, Commissioner?
2
Two.
positions. The county judge position
And I'll second that.
and the county administrator.
I thought Dr. Gonzalez was going to be at it.
They would be the resources.
Yeah, I think they're still going to be part of it.
You could
Is
make that part of your
right,
motion
Judge?
if you want.
Okay, and I'm sorry, and we'll add Dr.
Doctor.
Javier Gonzalez,
That's too many already, man.
and these are ex officio, right? Okay.
Right.
So ex officio, Dr. Gonzalez.
Xavier, mm-hmm.
Uh-huh, and also a representative from MHID.
Okay. All right, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
No,
Aye.
no.
No.
Okay, is there another motion? Okay, well,
I'd like to,
maybe the motion that I have is to, perhaps, since there are 2 spaces open, I do think we could use a more reflective, continue that diversity, and maybe you would bring back 2 more board members, and I hope the board sees fit to, again, I'd like to serve, by the way, just to make the explanation, when it's 2-2, it's just a push, so no action is taken. And hopefully you will invite your county judge who is not only engaged but interested. And I think that would serve the whole committee very well in the advisory capacity. It's a sad day, I think, when a commissioner's court doesn't allow resources like MHID, like Dr. Xavier Gonzalez, like a county judge, and like the court administrator, because that's how you're going to get the resources that you need to establish this office. And but again, we will look to you to hopefully change that in the very near future.
Judge, we didn't
And
say-
with that, excuse me,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
thank you. And with that, you have your 11 seated, and we'll look forward to making sure that the next conversation is about the dollars. That needs to come back, Judge and Lisa, on another agenda item. It was not posted, but we do need to establish the funding, which Dale has already started working on, which is good news, I think, in the process. That's in the process. And the second piece is the physicality, right, of the location of the office. And then, of course, headed up with the process of the HR piece of it, which is to scope the work, right? You've got to create a description, and you also have to figure out how you're going to post. If you're smart, you'll post for that chief public defender, and then that chief public defender will help post and write those scope of work for every other office that's there. But all of that's going to be done through Nueces County. So while the board will have oversight, you'll still need to use those Nueces County departments and department heads in order to achieve your goals, which are going to be, I think, important.
I'd like to make a motion, Judge.
Excuse me,
Ours was not to, ours was to exclude anybody from Commissioner's Court. We didn't say anything about Dr. Gonzalez or and DHC or Behavioral Center. And those, the advisory, those should be the advisory. They can relate back to our.
are you making a motion?
To make a motion that actually Dr. Gonzalez and the Behavioral Center be our advisories.
Okay, so you're going to, the motion is that Dr. Gonzalez is acceptable and MHID is acceptable, just not the county judge. Got it. I'll take is there a second to that, Commissioner Chesney? Would you like to make that second, since you voted no?
I just have a question.
But
I
let me
have a question
get
that
the
might
second,
help
and then I'll call for discussion. Is there a second?
Well, my question is about the second. Is my understanding was that they felt like there was conflict with Dr. Gonzalez and MHID. It might be a conflict to have them as advisory or board members because of the contract. So I don't know that it is wise to include them in that either because of the potential conflict that they being advisory board could provide.
I thought it was just
That
the
was
board.
why they
I
didn't
know.
put it on.
It was just the board or just advisory too? Would be a conflict?
So MHID is going to be involved in every single one of these cases, most likely, at some point. I mean, and I don't see the conflict. Maybe we could, if you want to, we can bring that back. I don't know what the conflict is. Remember, these are people in the justice system, not pre-diverted. This is totally two different things. I think there's yet again, a disconnect. But Lisa, you wanted to say something?
Yes. So today we had to set up the committee who will set up the bylaws. And then these people, everybody you're speaking of, are so valuable because they're going to actually have the history of many of the people coming in. We agree. I just want you to know, so there was a checklist for the grant. And the first thing that we understood to do was to get the committee, the Oversight Committee. And the Oversight Committee, it specifically said, could not have any kind of conflict.
I rescind my motion.
And I apologize. We should have been more clear. But once that Oversight, I just want to tell you if it helps. Once that committee has been approved, then we work on hiring the chief public defender by September. And then in this plan, it says October, hire chief public defender. Then there's an office plan. The deadline is October, November. Office space, all of that should be discussed by October through December or completed. It just gives us strict dates for the acceptance of these funds. And I don't want to sound like we don't need those resources. I'm telling you, just like Judge Canales said, every single person that's going to come to this office has history with MHID. We need them.
Yeah.
It's just we wanted to make sure we followed those rules, the black letter law.
Yeah, what we're talking about is your future, right? We're not talking about what we need to do to get this grant established. When I signed that DocuSign or when those documents, come through, that's the ministerial piece of it. We're talking about what the future looks like, and I'm happy with what we've done here today, and we can move on so that it becomes a happy note and not anything else. And again, there's so much work to do. This is the beginning of a very long and great process.
Yeah, and the last thing also is, I'm sorry, Commissioner Chesney, I just wanted one last statement. We're going to begin accepting, the Mental Health Public Defender's Office is going to be accepting cases starting January 1. So that is our deadline. That's our deadline for build out, for Chief Public Defender, for staff, for attorneys, everyone on there. So it's a race right now. And that build out, we need the team to get together with you all for sure. Thank you, guys.
Well, again, I'm going to suggest that for the future, obviously Commissioner Chesney wants to say something, so I'll hold my, sorry, Connie, I see him now. Go ahead.
I was just going to finish up. I just was going to do exactly what you said, Judge, was end this on a positive note. I'm very appreciative of all the great work that y'all have done. It's super appreciative. This is a huge, huge day today. I'm very happy with the board that you put together. I think, again, I'll say again, I think 11 is plenty, and I think you've come up with 11 great people. But I just want to end it on just thank you. Thank you. I know this was a big, huge deal, a big, huge undertaking, and that is what we should take away from today is this is a great, great step forward for Nueces County, and we would not be in this position. It has nothing to do with this court other than saying yes. It was all your work, Judge Maderi, Ms. Greenberg, and all of the folks there in the room that are willing to work going forward. And it's exactly what I wanted to do is end this on a very positive thank you. And we look forward to hearing more from you in the future. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the Oversight Board. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Judge Canales, and you don't want me to talk about the auxiliary court today.
I actually did, but what I was going to do is reopen public comment, and so I'm going to do that because it's not posted. And so what I'll do is if I'll invite any of the judges to stay, like Judge Watts, but I'm going to reopen for the limited purpose of one item. Judge Maderi is going to visit with us about auxiliary court.
All right, guys, this is going to be very, very quick, and then I'm going to go meet my team outside. So what we have spoken about before is that the Office of Court Administration, can you all hear me? Office of Court Administration had the same type of ARPA funds that the Texas Indigent Defense Commission did. So again, with my team of Amanda, right, who has just been outstanding, we wrote, without a grant writer this time, we wrote a grant to be able to get a grant for an auxiliary court. And what we did is they came back and they have basically given us approximately $900,000. That would be to start an auxiliary court. The auxiliary court is going to be helping us with the backlog, as you all know. I mean, we talk about backlog all the time. There's backlog in 254 counties. Many of the counties did get these type of grants. The grant would be for a visiting judge that the 5th Administrative Region would put in for a time period. I'd like to do it for 6 months at a time in order to have continuity for that visiting judge. That would be for 72 weeks, which would be 2 years, and it would be every 3 weeks out of every 4. And so that's what we'd like to do. We were also given the money for a prosecutor at a felony 5, I believe, a felony 5 position. We also have a clerk, a certified bailiff, and we would be able to work with this. The place that we're thinking, so it doesn't cost you all a fortune, Judge Pulcher, as you all know, works not only for Nueces County, but he works for Clayburgh County as well, and he is in Clayburgh every other week. And so what we want to do is we want to move the auxiliary court to the 8th floor on every other week. And then on the 3rd week, and I mean, we're still putting this together, right? I'm going to still meet with the Board of Judges on this. But the 3rd week, instead of taking the 5th floor courtroom, which our county court judges use a lot, and the 4th floor courtroom that they use a lot, we instead would only take it for 1 week out of the month. And then the other 2 weeks would be in the 105th District Court. That's really about all that I have on the auxiliary court. I just want to keep you all up to date on it. We're very excited about it. You know, it's just another resource that can help this county with trying to get rid of the backlog because of COVID. As you all know, I mean, the jury trial stopped. I mean, we all continue to do our summary judgments, our motion hearings, and our family law cases, and our motions to revoke probation, but we couldn't do jury trials. And as we talk about it, I mean, our jail's stuffed right now. And so it'll give us just one more resource to be able to help us get rid of that backlog. So that's all I really wanted to bring out to you all. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And so we're going to conclude public comment at this point. And again, in an effort to try and finish a few more items here, I'm going to direct your attention to, let's see, we finished purchasing.
Judge, I could table 12 and 13 if that'll help.
Okay, everybody's talking at once.
I could do C1.
Why don't I recognize Commissioner Chesney first? Commissioner Chesney, you were going to table something?
I can table item 12 and 13 related to the
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that.
till July
6th,
whenever,
Okay.
6th or 20 or the next
whichever
one
is
afterward.
convenient. Just say no sometime in July, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it. Leave it open. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to take those as a motion, and I'll second item number 12 for a table until a July date
12 and 13
to be determined.
and 13.
And 13. And is there a second? I'm sorry, I seconded it. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. All right, and, okay, I'm going to go ahead and tackle a very important item Daryl's here for. It's F1, and it's discuss ongoing issues with intercom replacements at the county jail and possible remedies. Discuss and consider authorizing temporary employees' purchase of equipment and pursuing other possible remedies. It also has funding sources posted. This is a general how to fix the intercom problem in the jail. Daryl.
Yes, that was pretty straightforward in that this kind of fell on my lap before the turn of the year back in December or maybe November, met with the sheriff's office. This was something apparently that has fallen apart over the years. I believe IT helped in the past, but they also brought in a contractor that didn't work out and was relieved of their duties. But it's causing quite a strain on the IT department. Apparently, these intercoms have been getting vandalized at a pretty high rate. And so I know that Public Works actually was able to bring on 2 employees that I believe the positions were moved out of the sheriff's department that they couldn't fill. They have a lot of empty positions. Public Works got a couple of these positions to hire specifically for managing what they have to, the toilets and the lights get broken over there. And it seems to be the lights are the main culprit. The inmates can actually reach the lights in these cells, so they can remove the cover, destroy the light, and then they can also get parts from the light and use those as little tools. And they're able to whittle away at the intercoms and the toilets. They're both electronically, that's how they operate. And so we get intercoms, the wiring, both destroyed, even the housing. I've been over there where they've even tried putting these within pretty hefty iron enclosures, and even those get destroyed. And so I've gone over there and seen where these things were mounted, and there's nothing left but a very rugged hole left in the cinder block. They've got quite a backlog over there. We've tried outsourcing at hourly. That didn't work out. I don't really have the resources or the sources for handling this. And so it's a perpetual problem that's taking away IT personnel. Always at least 2 of them over there, and then in some instances 2 over there and 1 at a terminal, so that they can get into the interface that controls these intercoms running through our system.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Please continue, just to finish your sentence or your train of thought there.
Well, so it's a perpetual issue in that there's time, money, and effort involved. So it's costing money to have to buy these intercoms and any parts that might need to be purchased to go with this, and then the expenditure on the personnel time being spent over there for IT personnel. It's involving people that were really hired for something else by far. And so it's taking away from the other duties that they should be performing.
Right.
So,
okay.
So yes, what we're looking to do, we like to do what Public Works would do, of course, which is to bring over 2 positions. I don't need them permanently.
Right. So I think that what he's trying to say is, let's go ahead and your recommendation is to take, I'll have they read it out as it was outlined for us, 2 temporary.
Yes, what we're recommending is to have 2 temps for his department just to assist with this for 90 days.
For 90 days.
Just 90
2
days.
temps for 90 days. And so is that the motion you're going to make, Commissioner?
What's
Yes.
the funding source?
It's going to be the general fund.
90 days.
General fund. Okay, so two positions for 90 days, and there's a motion. Is there a second? Second, okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then there was the other piece of it, which is just discuss and pursue the remedies, right, Daryl?
Yes, that's probably beyond my scope.
Okay.
That's more of a jail issue that the sheriff may want to get into at another time. I mean, the important thing is to get this, keep the project rolling over there. If we can catch up with the backlog, then for this issue, because the real fix is a new jail, but IT person's not going to stand up here and talk about new jails.
Right. Well, I was just wondering if there's any new technology that's out there that could replace this intercom. It seems to me they're actually physically, maybe Sheriff can explain, they're yanking it, right, from, do you mind, Sheriff, just giving us a little bit of, because I guess what I'm looking at is certainly we're not the only jail in America that this has happened to, and maybe there's some best practices out there that we could invest in.
So the ongoing problem, and it's been going on for a lot longer than 2 or 3 years, the hardware that's being used inside the jail is old school technology. And all we've been doing with the intercom and the light fixtures and the plumbing is replacing those pieces with more of the same.
Right.
And so in the past 2 weeks, we've had 3 different contractors come through the jail, looking at what exists now, and they will be submitting proposals or ideas on retrofitting with something stronger, harder. The units that are being used now, as far as the intercom, they can be destroyed and made inoperable with liquid, whether it's urine or water. And so they're water resistant, but they're not waterproof. And so we had, like I said, 3 different vendors walk through the jail within the last 2 weeks. One of them is doing a major overhaul of the intercom system at the Coastal Bend Detention Center out in Robstown, which is a similarly sized facility like ours. They have about 1,100 inmates out there, and they're doing a major overhaul, retrofit of the intercom system. Another thing we're looking at is wireless technology, and I've got something in the works that I'll present to y'all pretty quick about wireless technology for the 150 inmates that are administratively segregated, and that's an isolation where the inmate is in his cell for 23 hours out of a 24-hour day. And those inmates are the ones tearing up the intercoms because they have nothing more than time on their hands. And so they're locked in a cell. We don't have a camera for privacy purposes, but we do hourly checks. But sometime within those hourly checks, the intercoms get destroyed. The demographics of the prisoners inside the jail has changed. Almost everybody in our jail right now are violent offenders. And when it comes to altering their behavior or punishing them for tearing up an intercom, there's not a lot we can do to them, Judge. There's not a lot. If they have commissary money, we can seize commissary money for the replacement of the hardware, but most of them don't even have commissary money. And so we put a tab on their bill, and if the next time they get booked into the county jail, they come in with money in their pocket, we can seize the money at that time. But that's not fixing the problem in the short term. And so that's where we're at on it. Y'all have any questions?
Okay, well, it sounds like from Daryl's perspective, Sheriff, we did what we could do today, and it sounds like you're going to bring back some new ideas for us, perhaps. I like the idea of the wireless technology. Is that fair? In other words, I just want to make sure, did we accomplish what you needed us to accomplish today?
Yes.
We're good?
This is good news
Okay.
for the sheriff as well.
All right.
We got something we
Good.
can coordinate here.
Good. And I don't know why, but in my mind, on the funding source, we had actually worked it out.
That's
to where-
correct. It's going to be general fund and the inmate
And the
fund.
right.
So we
It's a little combo.
That's correct.
That's the one thing I wanted to
Yes.
correct. And it's, quite frankly, a lot of bang for the buck. I don't think that it's as huge a hit to the GF as maybe we should have maybe told them that. It's very, very good use. Okay. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Sheriff. We'll look forward to hearing your future remedies there.
I'd like to do C1 and C2, Judge.
Okay, I hear you. I've got 2 more that are small that I'd like to get to, and then I'll call on C1 and C2. The first is, they're really HRs that I want to make sure we finish. I think these can be very quick. The first is E1, is discuss and consider the accepting a donation as a designated beneficiary of Cindy Martinez's life insurance. This was an employee of ours that left Nueces County life insurance proceeds. And all we're doing here, Commissioners, is accepting it and considering the order to approve it. Is that correct, everybody, on the legal team? Just to,
Yes, correct.
okay, is there a motion to approve? Thank
So
you,
moved.
Commissioner. Is there a second? Second, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Then we have some that are salary savings, and I believe they're represented by 2 and 3, but I need to get my notes. But the second one is item number 2. It's to reclassify juvenile probation officer victim service position in a grant for pay group 23 to pay group 24. And again, this is from a grant. Ida, no cost to us.
This is for 28.
Okay, no cost, but it's very much needed now. Is there a motion to accept the reclassification? Again, from a state grant. Thank you. And I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Judge, I'm running out of time. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to leave or get out of here. I'd mentioned I had to leave by 11, and I can push another 15 or 20 minutes. That's all I've got. I apologize. This
Okay.
is not on my schedule today.
Okay, can I hurry through HR so that the HR people can get what they need to get done?
Before he leaves, I'd like to see C1 and C2. I'm leaving too.
There's no way we can have that presentation in 5 minutes.
Gotta leave. You're not going to
There's-
do mine. This is really nice.
No, Commissioner, you said you could be here till noon. We need to get these HRs. It'll take just 5 minutes. So you're willing to walk and not get what these folks need?
I'll move for everything they got, Judge.
It's for the jail, sir. The sheriff needs this on item number 4. Please wait.
I'll move for that. I'll move.
For heaven's sakes, discuss and consider creating the unfreezing and employment liaison pay group 1501 in the county jail, number 3720, and deleting a cadet corrections officer. Clearly, no one is interested in why, but it is an important move, and the sheriff, you do recommend it. He does recommend it. And so there's a motion, andLl second.
And
And there's salary savings here. Yes, sir.
Right. That's just unfreezing.
Completion of the cadet corrections officer position.
Okay,
That's
thank
a
you,
higher pay,
Teresa.
so it'll be a reduction of the cost.
It's a reduction in cost, though, Commissioner.
I got it. Motion or someone.
It just,
I'm ready to go.
You're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, all
Yeah.
those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, there's also a cost savings, and it will help us get a position that we very much need posted, and not posted, but, posted. And that's the reclassification of the first assistant county auditor position. It's item number 3 for the clerk, E3, and it's $12.50 from pay group 34 to pay group 32. This is salary savings again here. I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And then we're about to lose Holden Hopkins to Harvard Law, and therefore there's 2 items that are regarding that position. It's to discuss the applications review and interview process. And I think the idea here is just that when this position gets posted, that the Commissioners Court would interview like we do for department heads. I think that's the process, but that maybe that we add the chairman or maybe 2 members of the NCDC to help us interview.
Judge, I'd sure like to wait on this item because I think this is a bigger picture discussion.
All right,
on the whole.
are you going to table this one?
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay, table. Just so you know, we're going to be void somebody there. Holden, when is your last day?
July 5th. So
Yeah.
I don't think that I will be here for another Commissioners Court meeting.
Right. So again, all this is to be able to say that we are going to interview this person.
I believe the intent was just to make sure that the NCDC Commission had some insight into the interview process. They're prepared to put together a committee, whatever the protocols is in terms of hiring a department head. Obviously, we'll work with that. We would just like to make sure that the commission has a pretty good insight and input into the process of hiring the director.
Okay, so
It also includes a $30,000 increase in a vehicle?
So hold on. So item number 6, do you want to table it, Commissioner Chesney, till July 6th?
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
motion. So Holden, at least you got out what you needed to get out, I guess on July 6th, even though you're not there. If you'll let Cindy know and she can come relay the information.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. The main one, honestly, is just, was there, I didn't hear if there was any action on 5.
No,
That's
I'm
the
going to
main
go
one,
back there. I just wanted to make
posted.
sure that we could table that one if needed. Commissioner Chesney's motion is a table. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, and all those in favor to July 6th, Kara, July 6th on that item. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
just a note on the reclass for the
Sheriff?
director position. It is a zero cost increase. Everything is coming from within the budget and also from contingency appropriations to offset the deficit. So there's an increase, but it's a zero net effect.
Okay, so on item number 5,
I'd like to motion 5 to table motion 5. I just would like to have larger discussions on NCDC, where we're going, what's going on with it, what's happening. This is not a 5-minute discussion either. So,
all right, I just want the court to recognize that we're not going to be able to post, and it's going to be an open position there. Is there a motion to table?
so moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to have to vote no because, I mean, it's just irresponsible not to at least allow for the posting to occur. Okay, item number 7 is also can you help me out, Ade, on item 7? I think it's a no cost as well. Not a no cost, but a salary savings?
This is the one that is for IT as well? This for the one?
Yes, where we're going to delete one and then
That's correct.
we're
And it's a-
deleting and
yeah,
then
it's a
adding.
savings, yeah.
Daryl, will you just tell us quickly it's a savings before we lose everybody?
Yes, this will be the person that is retiring. Their salary is higher than what this position will come in at. And it's a systems analyst that is retiring. We have a few systems analysts and changing times. This is just a modernization approach for the department. We tabled a couple of items earlier that were both related to AV stuff. And so this position will be a huge plus for the department because we're lacking in this area. We are weak in this area, and we're ready to strengthen it up because what we have now is just what we have now. We're growing in this area, so yes, it's very vital to us, I think.
But the big thing is it's coming
Yes,
from
it's
salary savings.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, salary savings, okay. So there's a motion. I'll make the motion to create the unfreezing of the AV integration specialist at pay group 32 and delete the systems analyst in pay group 32. And again, this all has to do with the retirement. So
Yes,
it's a good time to do it.
yes.
All right, and is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, well, that took care of quite a bit of the information technology as well as all the human resources that I think had to be done. Is there going to be a tabling on item number 8? So, yes? All right, there's a motion to table the fire marshal job description to July 6th. Is that all right? July 6th? Yes?
Yep.
All right, and is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All righty. All right, that takes care of all of that. Clearly, we're not going to get to executive session today. Do you have to leave at 11, or what is the situation?
I'm doing the best I can, but I think there's some action items I would really appreciate if we could get to them. I mean, some
Well,
of these were not
I
ones
feel
that I
like
thought we were
I've
doing
done,
today.
I've raced through the county's business. I'm going as fast as possible here. There are some other ones that could be tabled. Item number 15, for instance.
If we could just go to C1 and 2, because I know Commissioner Gonzalez has been waiting all day for that one. And I thought we were going to do those quick and
All right.
please.
Item C1 is I believe it's by Philip Ramirez from Turner Ramirez Architects. He's online.
Excuse me, Judge, if I know if time allows, if we could, Public Works is in need of approving the contract with Barcom to get construction going. So if, I know that's the second.
Yeah, well,
part
I
of the
have a
agenda
problem.
item.
I have an issue with that because I just called Philip Ramirez, so you'll have to wait.
Okay.
Thank you. And you'll also should be ready to explain to me why we did not competitively procure that. So if you're not in a position to do that, would you go get your department head? Let's move to Philip Ramirez. right now. Hi, Philip. You're going to visit with us about the Calderon building. It's item C1 for the clerk, and it's for renovations at the Calderon building.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. How are you all today? I know y'all are trying to move forward quickly, so I will do my best. So we completed the plans for the renovations there at the Calderon building, for the medical clinic there at the Calderon building. Those plans were submitted to Public Works, and due to the size of the project and the scale of it, it was from our understanding that the best procurement method would be to put it out through the buy board, essentially. And I believe we have received or the county has received a proposal for said renovations. The total, we were asked what our initial budget was for the project earlier in one of the previous presentations. I believe we thought that the budget should be somewhere in the $650,000 range, or possibly a little north of that. As we all know, the construction market is hard to predict at the moment. However, we did receive a bid from Barcom through the Good Buy program in the amount of $586,411. It is, quite frankly, one of the few instances over the past 6 or 7 months where I believe we've seen a project fall within kind of the predicted budget range. So I think that the bid as proposed seems reasonable. We've certainly worked with Barcom on multiple projects and feel that they're an adequate contractor to perform the work. The work precedes them. I know they've done a lot of work within the community. So I stand by for any questions that y'all might have with regards to the bids that were received.
Yeah, I agree with you on the analysis that Barcom is an excellent contractor who does only superior work in our community. My concern is did we authorize a procurement on a buy board? I haven't even seen the plans in final, I haven't even seen the presentation of the plans in court. We haven't seen what you've designed. You have not made that full, I know that we were working towards that, and we saw some preliminary, but then we actually, I think, either tabled it or we were going to bring it back. But when did we do the authority for procurement to go buy board on this?
That authority would not rest with me, Judge. At the end of the day, that's a decision that is made, at the Public Works level. However, my understanding is that due to the nature of the size of the project, we work with lots of clients that have buy board and have the ability to procure that way, and so did not seem at the time anything out of the ordinary with that. As far as the overall design, Judge, we did give a presentation to the Commissioner's Court a couple of months back, and the design really materially has not changed. It was more of the technical drawings that were related to that design that was presented that were completed. So there was some asbestos abatement reports that had to be completed and incorporated into the overall design, as well as more of just the technical engineering drawing. So again, the overall basic concept and layout of the project did not materially change from what we had presented to you all with regards to the sequence of approval or that matter. I can't speak to that other than the fact that we've completed the drawings and submitted them to the county to move forward with whatever contractual decision and award process that y'all choose to use. Although I don't really see anything that appeared to me on the surface outwardly concerning with regards to the use of a buy board, as we see it quite a bit with some of our public clients. So.
Right. Well, that's probably because you're not under the microscope like we are. But Bert, will you take the microphone? Because one of the things that I do want to know is it's not that it's not a good tool. It's an excellent tool. It's that typically we use it when we don't get competitive bids out there on an RFP. Why did we not choose to go do an RFP where we see what the market bears, and then you could have always used this as another tool? Why didn't we do that?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding that the reason we went with buy board is to finish the construction as soon as possible.
And we have a timeline.
Right, but we did not, the court.
Timeline at the end of July, we're shooting actually for 1st of September. So we have a timeline, and I told Public Works that we need to get this thing done. We need to get it done by the end of July, or latest August. And we're really in a tight timeline right now as it is. So, I mean, I think we do this all the time. Michael does it all the time. We get, we go to buy board, and and nobody questions it when we go to buy board for other construction. So, I think that everything right now is done and is brought to court. There was nothing that was done more than just tweak the asbestos and whatever was need to be done. So I think is where we're at right now. So, I think that
I have a question, which is, can you double check whether or not did the court authorize the method of procurement? Because what we did here was found a way to put a significant amount of dollars in Galadon building, which all of us are in favor of for this purpose. And was never brought to court a method of procurement. Or maybe, Michael, you could answer that best. We did not, as a court, approve that method of procurement. In this agenda alone, we've done that with Horace Caldwell Ramp. We do it with we do it with almost every project where we say in advance, hey, we're transparent, this is how we're going to do it. Did we do that this time?
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it either. And I'm also aware that we need a new roof at Galadon, and so the conversation, I'd have to go back and find the tape, but the conversation that we had was that before we went down this road, we were going to have some solutions so that if we're going to put in $600,000 inside, that we would have a roof that was stable. And so I don't know, it literally went from one conversation where Philip came and presented to today where you're ready to award a contract. And what is the deadline of July or August or September? What did you say it was? Your deadline?
The end of August.
And what is that deadline
For
for?
the health district to start providing services.
Well, I mean, that.
And I think that's what the last time we heard, that's what they were going to do, so.
Right. Well, there's a way for them to provide services without doing this particular, I mean, that should not be what hinges upon authorization for procurement. I think this procurement was done, it may look normal to you, Philip, but to me, it does not look normal because it does not look like this court made a decision. If this court made a decision to go do that for a buy board, then it would look very normal to me. But to see it on an agenda that's not competitively procured, and then to further say, oh, we decided in Public Works what the best method is with one commissioner, does not seem proper at all. So how do we know that that's the right amount? I mean, I'm glad that you can sort of look at it and eyeball it, but the last time we did this, when we were looking for competitive, when you're in that $500,000 range, the only time we've done this sort of job order contracting is when we get no bids, right? We use other tools when we don't get bids. But I'm just wondering why we didn't do that, because
I don't know, my users quite often, the buy board, that comes back and says, we went through the buy board because we.
But for construction?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, Commissioner Chesney wants to say something, or maybe he's talking to somebody else. I think he's talking to somebody else. I don't think he's talking to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking. My bad.
All right. Could you unmute? There you go.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say that ramp was that we just approved. I think to the buy board is going to be a fairly expensive process too. I can't remember whether we did or didn't do it. My concern is I agree that we should have done it in advance. If we didn't, I think we can still fix it today because that is really a good price. So I don't remember.
Are you in the construction business now? How do you know it's a good price? I'll be honest with you. I don't know it's a good price. I don't know anything about that, nor would you, I don't think. How would we know that?
Well, I just heard from Mr. Ramirez, who's an expert, that.
Is he going to certify, Philip, are you going to certify that no other construction company here in our community would have loved to have been able to bid on that and that would have come at a lower price?
But then what happens if
I
we just
doubt
did
that.
the ramp the same way? We just did the ramp the same way. That's going to be a very expensive ramp. We just did that on buy board. I mean, I don't know.
No,
what
I
the
don't think we
in other
did that
words,
by board, sir. Commissioner Chesney?
Mike.
We did not do that by board.
Michael,
Come on up, Michael.
You just said that. You just mentioned the ramp that we just
No, we-
approved today.
I said you misunderstood me, or I misunderstood.
The ramp project.
ramp is not.
It is an actual going out for competitive bids on the ramp. Did y'all have a question for me?
I thought that's what you just said, Judge, was the ramp was a buy board project also.
No, I said
thought that's
IB
what you
McGee, IB McGee, it wasn't by board, but it was a jock order, IB McGee.
When we did the
Anyway,
park building itself.
forget what I said. It's,
you're talking about the Calderon building, so Mike, this is, I mean, by doing with Burkham by board, I mean, is that,
Okay, so let me address two things. One, the court can utilize buy boards to meet competitive bidding requirements, and you can select a vendor that using that method, and it passes the Purchasing Act. What it does not do necessarily is give companies, I guess, in the area that might be interested in bidding an opportunity to bid on it. But that's a decision for the court to make on the procurement method, and that's why you'll see me come. Sometimes I'll bring an item that's listed as a buy board purchase because it crosses the 50,000 threshold. Usually it's items that are like maybe they're 75 or 120 something. I haven't seen too many that are this size come through. And so when Public Works brings this item to me and I verify that the buy board is a valid method, I'm obligated to bring it to the court's attention in this way, display it for the court to consider. I haven't been given any direction by the court on what dollar threshold that y'all would like me to utilize buy board. Buy board does not have a dollar threshold. We can use them for multi-million-dollar projects if we want, but the court needs to let me know that that's what they would like me to do. Generally, if we have large dollar projects, y'all always want me to bid it out so that the local businesses have an opportunity to bid on it. But sometimes time is of the essence, and so in those cases, the court has chosen in the past to use buy boards. But in this particular case, I don't believe the court has had an opportunity to decide that method of procurement, and so that's why it's brought to you today.
and look, Commissioner Modis, I want to make sure that you know I'm in support of this project, and I helped find, rework allocations and make sure there's funding, but I was not aware that we were at this point yet, and I don't know if you have gotten all the information that you need, but I'm happy for you to weigh in on this, persuade me or dissuade me, but I just did not like it because I don't see that where the court made that decision, and now I'm hearing why this happened.
Well, this definitely, within Precinct 3, Calderon is important. I know we've all spent time talking about this building, and that we've all come into agreement that it's a county facility. It happens to rest in Precinct 3. I have not had any updates on this, probably since the court did last, which would have been 2 months ago. I think I saw on here back in May, 100% construction documents. So that's the last I've heard. But as far as presentation, I remember what was given by Philip, but I hadn't had any other updates myself on this. But I do appreciate, Commissioner Gonzalez has been really enthusiastic about supporting this. He sees a big picture, and I definitely wholeheartedly support it. But as far as any updates, I have not gotten them unless Philip sent me something and I missed it. I know that this was moving along, but up to this point, I didn't know that. So definitely would want to make sure that we follow this process the right way, Michael. Right? If you're telling us we can go about this, then that's one thing. But if we miss something, that would be my concern.
Yeah. So my response to that would be that the buy board method that's proposed to you today is a valid procurement method.
It is. Okay.
There's nothing invalid about that aspect of it, other than whether it's the court's decision each time when we procure anything I make a suggestion for a procurement method, and then y'all let me know if that's an okay method or not. And like I said, at certain times, y'all have time
So we got time to
sensitive.
do it for the 6th then, like if we can bring it back for the 6th? If we asking you about the buy board, or how does that work? And we go back and say, okay, we want to do it for the 6th, can you bring it to the court on the 6th, and then we vote on it on the 6th? If we decide on the buy board?
Well, if you're choosing the buy board, you could approve that today. But if you're not choosing the buy board and you want me to bid, I would need to come back on the 6th and ask permission to bid it out.
But I think I would rather choose the buy board, so.
But, and then, I'm sorry, are you done, Commissioner? On the buy board, we can go at any time. There's no guarantee that we could be less than that, but we could be more if we put out a bid then too.
Right. So different companies bid for the opportunity to win the buy board contract. So they've already been bid to win the contract, but not for this specific project. This specific project is being brought now for consideration. And so, yes, they've met the Purchasing Act requirements for being awarded a contract on the buy board, but for the courts, depends on your position based on timing of when things have to be delivered, that you would utilize that procurement vehicle to get something quickly done. If you have plenty of time, then obviously we'd like to bid out. My position from purchasing would be I'd like to bid out every construction job and give all the local contractors an opportunity to win that job. But sometimes time does not allow. And so we provide these options as a way to still meet the Purchasing Act, but give you, the court, the flexibility to respond quickly to changing needs.
So is Philip still on?
Yes.
Okay. Philip, have you sent us these final designs, or I know you presented to us a couple months back, so is this something that maybe was in our packet that we had at some point and maybe I just don't recall, or is that something that you can get to us? Because I understand the time frame, and I agree, moving along is important because it matches the budget calendar. Is that
yes,
right,
sir.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Mm-hmm. Right, it matches the budget calendar. That's why you're pushing that October start. So I get that and I support that. But do we have those final plans in place, or did you get those to us, or?
Yes, sir. They were sent to Public Works, and that's basically the documents that this buy board bid was submitted on, or subject to those construction documents.
Right.
And contract documents.
And Philip, the disconnect is that when we get our packets, okay, there's nothing in the packet that even tells us what
Yes,
the
ma'am.
basic, how many rooms. I mean, you're literally, the one time that you've presented, I think you've come twice, actually. One was incredibly brief, and I don't think we even got you started. And the second time was a little bit more thorough. And my recollection is that, we hadn't gotten dollars yet, which means, but we had gone ahead and found a way to create some funding ability. But that hasn't even been, I was going to ask Teresa, I don't even think that's been brought to court yet either. But when I look at my packet, and I know you've done your job in the sense that you got those drawings to PW, but nobody's brought them upstairs. There's not been a what I call a layperson's presentation of, here's Calderon, here's what you're going to get for your $586,000. And, this court has been tenacious with all caps about, being competitive, helping local recovery, focusing on local businesses. And it got put on super last minute. And so as a result, I'm unhappy about it because it does not represent the best of us. The best of us is, and all Juan has to do is pick up the phone and share that with us. But I don't have any information at all that he was even going out for a buy board. And that is not acceptable. And that is it is not you, it is the process. We follow a better process than this one. And by the way, I'm the first ones to be thrilled if a buy board can do better for us because it's quicker. I mean, it's very efficient, but it's not, I mean, what are we missing when you're just trying to, I feel like this one's trying to be shoved down our
So what do we
throat.
have to do now? So want to put it on the 6th now, or do you want to go ahead and vote on it now? One of the two, you know, we can talk about this all afternoon. So what do you want to do? You want to put it, ask Michael to bring it back on the 6th so we can vote on it for the buy board? Mike, is that, you say we can vote on it today? You know, we can vote on it today. I mean, if you guys don't want it, you don't want it. That's fine. I mean, I have no problem with that either.
I think as the items noticed today, and County Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, the court can vote to either approve the buy board or to table it, or to have me bring it back in another manner.
Yes, that is correct. And Commissioners Court, our office would recommend that if the buy board is the method that the court is interested in doing, that it be brought back for the next Commissioners Court so that we can review it more carefully.
So wait till the 6th to vote on it for the buy board?
If that is the direction the court is interested in, we would recommend that.
I'm okay using the buy board if we want to bring it back the next time to make sure we've done it right. I mean, whatever the consensus is on this, it's.
We'll make a motion, then we bring this back on the 6th. You know, review, Mike. Can we bring it back on the buy board, Mike?
Yes, I can certainly do that.
Oh, that's my motion then.
So wait, what are we doing?
The motion
What was
is
the
a
motion?
table to the 6th. Are you willing to second it?
Table it to,
July 6th.
oh, and what are we going to do on the 6th? I couldn't hear that. I'm sorry.
County Attorney, I'll have him repeat it.
Our office would like more time to review the quotation that was attached, and there's potentially other documents that we would also like to review at that point that are not attached.
So we would bring it back on the 6th as is to approve or not approve then? Is that right?
If that is the direction the court is interested in, yes.
I think we need to give you direction. So is that the direction of the court, Judge? I'm not hearing what you're wanting to do, what John's wanting to do.
Look, there's not even a contract attached here, okay? I mean, what are you signing on to? I mean, this morning we're worried about McDonald's. This afternoon, we're about to put $600,000 in someone's pocket without even a contract. Somebody needs to say what's going on.
I'm just asking what it is we're going to do on the 6th. I'm not trying to get in a debate. I'm just asking what we're trying to do on the 6th.
Yes, I'm going to let Francisco say it one more time, and then John wants to chime in.
At this time, the office needs additional documents to review that have not been attached to this agenda. We would, if the court is interested in using a buy board, which is a possibility, that is a legal possibility or a legal option the court has, our office would like the opportunity to obtain other documentation related to this item to review that carefully. That way, on July 6th, the court can make an informed decision as to what it is that they want to do or what it is that the court would like to do.
Okay, I'll second the table.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to call for discussion because Commissioner Matas had something.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say my sentiment would be that we table allow legal just enough time to review and not changing anything other than just pushing it back to our next meeting. So I'm in favor of that.
Okay. All those in favor then signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. And there's two more items, Bert, here. One is CLK Architects for architectural services, and the third is removal of driveway. Let me do the driveway very quickly.
We'll recommend tabling both of those items.
You would?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
2 and 3.
Both of them?
Yes.
All right, to July 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I guess I would. I certainly had it here, but I'm not sure I articulated it. Okay, believe it or not, I'm going to run through it, Kara, real quick like. I'm going to ask if there's anybody that will, anybody here in the audience that did not get an item attended to. Okay, let me go back quickly through it all. We may be done except for executive session, which may have to be postponed. There was one item I wanted to know what the timeliness of it was regarding the settlement of Deborah Johnson.
You got somebody in the podium.
Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Judge. We had an addendum to our earlier agenda item. We think we might have solved a problem and wanted to bring it up today. if we
Okay,
still
I
could.
can revisit it. Give me just 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, 60 seconds. I'm just doing a real quick double check. I know that my H1 general information reports are not, we haven't done that. I mean, that's the general FEMA, COVID, all of that. I might ask in just a second if anyone has any questions, and if not, maybe we can delay that until next time and provide some background information for the July 4th holiday. As they say, the news is the same. It's hot. We've tabled, okay, so only Dr. Gonzalez's item number A2 is what I see. Item 4, just mark these down for me and we'll get right to them. Okay, I've got A2 is pending, item number 4 under A, pending. Item number 8, pending. Item 14 and 15, pending. We may have to move all these. And then the executive sessions. Double
Judge,
check
is there
me
any
while
more-
I let Lisa visit with us. All right, I'm going to reopen the item that was the TIDC item. It's B1 for potential supplemental information.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
I apologize for.
16.
And 16, thank you so much, Kara. Thank you. Add that to my list, and we'll deal with those in just a minute, okay?
I apologize for taking up more of your time. I want you to know we left the session and looked at our committee, which was approved today. And we heard the feedback from you all. And one thing we wanted to do was add to our committee Amanda De La Cerda. Amanda De La Cerda is the person at the courthouse who has done all of the footwork here. And the reason when we stepped out and Judge Maderi now steps off the Oversight Committee, we all just stared at each other, and we need to get this done by September. We need to get the Public Defender's Office running by January, and so we'd really like her. We had to make sure her judge was on board with it, lending her to us, but she has years of experience. She is the one that really found what we needed, and so we'd like to add her to the committee. Now, what that does, though, it makes it 12. And so listening to you all, what we'd like to do is open it up to whether you'd like to add another seat to address those concerns you had earlier. So what I would like to do is add Amanda De La Cerda to the board, the Oversight Committee, to make sure we meet those deadlines and to get coordination between the courts and anybody in the courthouse we need to make sure we do a good job and get those done. And then leave one other seat for whoever
Does she have to be on the board? Can she just not help out? I really think getting over 11 is I just don't, I think that's a large, unruly number. So
Well,
can't she just help? Does she have to be on the board to help?
what we wanted to do was make sure that whatever we needed, in addressing sort of the things like purchasing things in the courthouse, she could get done a little bit better than us who are not actually in the courthouse. But we didn't want to change that odd number. So she really, the only thing I can say is that I know Judge Maderi and I worked really, really hard, but she worked the hardest. She knows it in and out, and so that's why we wanted her. And she has valuable experience with seeing it in the courtroom every day. That's.
I think we all recognize what you're saying, but I agree kind of with what Commissioner Chesney is motioning to. I mean, but we either have the discussion, which will really prolong. I think we've demonstrated we're really kind of split on how to approach this, and I think before we can get back to our 5 here, that we're just going to kind of still be stuck. But I agree. I mean, do we need her to be an official voting member of this body to be able to still carry out the work? I mean, can't she not just be there in attendance and be there and still be able to contribute to the board and still do the inner workings of this courthouse as she knows without having to be an actual member?
The reason I think, I'm sorry.
Like a board liaison or something?
Yeah, like a liaison, like kind of ex officio or however it's described.
I think I understand what you're all saying, and we ended on a happy note, and I hated to come back in. But the reason I did it is because I feel like as a stakeholder, as somebody who helped bring it here and do the real footwork, we wanted her on just to make sure. I thought if she was an actual member of the committee, she would get us there. She would get us the results, and then we knew we made it 12, because we had talked about the 13 number. We didn't know if we addressed the other concerns by leaving the other seat open, or however you all felt that was appropriate. I just know that she will get us there. She will get us to those deadlines and be able to talk to people that some of us don't know and get some of those resources.
Well, and you all chose 13 because that was a number that other bodies, or how did 13 come up?
So in the Texas Indigent Defense Commission guidelines, it was one of the, it says like 9, 11, 13.
13,
And
that's
so,
what I thought. And I think
Yes,
they
ma'am.
do that for urban counties, you know, of different sizes. So I think ours is being the 8th largest urban center in the state, Corpus Christi. That makes sense to me to go to the 13. I'm just looking for I'm looking for, you know, reflectiveness, yes.
We just lost a quorum.
Oh, that's right, we did. Okay. Well, and that's how that happens. We'll have to hold, Ms. Greenberg, but I do hear you.
Thank you.
Because we've lost a quorum, I'll have to stop. And can somebody, like Ms. Hernandez, go see if he's coming back, like, or not? Yeah, because he left his notebook and phone. He may just be going to a break. Yeah, and I'll be
Yeah, I know we
honest
don't
with
have to worry
you.
about it. I would sure like to have ended on a happy note and just moved on. So I just don't understand the need to go past 11.
11 what? Oh, 11 people. Thought you meant 11 a.m. Well, I've lost a quorum, so I can't talk about it anymore. We'll just hold everybody. Let me talk to Francisco about anything. Should I adjourn or recess? If he comes back. I mean, right now I'm just in limbo. Is it?
Who left, Judge? I'm sorry, I don't know who's there. Or
Commissioner Gonzalez left.
oh, okay. Thank you.
An African-American woman that's sitting right here. Okay.
What do I do about all these?
Last time I looked over there, you were Dale.
You're available tomorrow, right? If we were to do these, I mean,
Well, who else is available?
what I don't know.
Commissioner's going to be out.
What about Chesley?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so we're going to come back on the record. I'm going to ask you to hold just for a moment. In the interest of time, I just wanted to know, Francisco, if there are any items in executive session that are like important to handle the county's business today.
We have one item that we're trying to work on to get an extension. We do have a deadline for this
Okay.
Friday, and
Then-
we're hoping to get the
Right.
extension right now.
Then
but
what
we
I'm
don't.
going to do, in the interest of coming together, Ms. Greenberg, what I'm going to do is try to end on that high note. I kind of hear some angst with 13. I mean, I wish we had 300 people who wanted to serve on boards to help mental health patients, so I don't see it as a problem, but I'm kind of reading the tea leaves. I know it is an ask, but I think if you could wait till July 6th, we could gather more time with you personally and maybe get to the, the point that we need to be at.
Thank you. I
Okay.
understand.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, I would love to make a motion that there are some pending items, that they all be tabled at this time. But let me read them out to you. It's, again, H1, I'm not tabling it, Kara. I'm just letting everybody know that everything is proceeding according to how it should be on recovery from both winter weather and COVID, and also ERAP. And if anybody has any questions, I might ask you to direct them to Aide Hernandez, and then she'll get you your questions answered. When it comes to all the serious drought conditions along with the heat conditions, let me have Louis Ray in Emergency Management update everybody as we approach the holiday. And so that's going to dispense with H1. As to all the other ones that I have, I'm going to have Aide read them out, and I'm going to ask for a motion to table since we're going to lose everybody here.
Yes, it's 3A2.
3A2.
I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, 3A2. We're gonna also table 3A4, 3A8, 3A14, 3A15, 3A16.
Okay, could I get a motion to table all of those to July 6th?
Motion to table or to whatever meeting in July is appropriate.
That's correct.
Some of these could
That-
wait as well.
Well, right, that's correct. It's just whenever we can make those work. I agree.
I just don't want to make it specific July 6th
I
if there's
agree. And
flexibility.
then
Thank you.
it creates flexibility. I would agree. Okay, and really, I really wish we could have done number 8. That way we could have started to buy food already, but I'll hold. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, and then we have in the need of a serious legal deadline. Let me give notice right now that Commissioners Court's going to go into executive session. We're only going to be able to take up one item. It'll be very quick for the clerk if you would just wait outside. But this is an authorization given to us by Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. We're going to hold executive session to consult with our attorneys relating to litigation, real property, personnel, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and any other matter that may be discussed in executive session. And at this time, I'll say that it is, my goodness, 11:43. And again, we're just going to take up one matter with the attorneys. If Connie will take the mics off, if everybody could clear the courtroom that's not an attorney, we'll be right back. Well, as promised, it was pretty quick. I'm not sure if it was really 5 minutes, but it was very quick. And for the time and the clerk, it's 11:52 a.m., and we're back on the record. And coming out of executive session, I need to reveal two things. One is that most of them, the items, were consulting only, but they're, and we're going to take those matters up at our next Commissioners Court meeting. But the one that does have an action to it is item E, and it's regarding the notice of claim and settlement demand of Deborah Johnson and related matters. And I wonder if there is a motion.
And Your Honor, this is also item 3A18.
That's correct. It has a companion. Thank you. And we tabled it earlier. So
Motion
we'll
to
have
deny the claim.
No, did we leave that one open?
we leave it
Thank
open.
you, Ide. We left it open. Commissioner Chesney,
I'm sorry.
go
My
ahead.
bad. Motion to deny the claim.
Thank you. For, if you wouldn't mind, for Deborah Johnson, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. And there's a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed, same sign. All right. Okay, I believe that with the items that we tabled earlier and with the announcement that we will take up some of the executive session items next time, that we have done a fairly good job of doing a lot of the county's business, not all, but quite a bit, in time for noon, which was the time that Commissioner Gonzalez needed to leave, and we would not be able to have a quorum at that time. As you know, we need 3 people here. And due to illness, Commissioner Hernandez was not able to be here today or tomorrow, and neither is Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm not in a position to recess at this time, so I will adjourn. And the time is 11:54 a.m. And Kara?